I give the CIA a total credit for sponsoring and initiating the entire consciousness movement, counterculture events of the 1960s.
Welcome back to Rise to Liberty podcast. I apologize for the late start. There was plenty of tech issues because ain't it always the way? It is always the way trying to hurry up, get started on time, little more adjustment. Anyways, here we are. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about. Hello, everybody. Yes, Tim West, I am good. Thank you for asking. Like I said, it's definitely a rough start, man. Definitely a rough start. But yeah, here we are. So glad to have all of you here today, man. So first and foremost, I haven't done a stream in a while, couple of weeks actually. So every once in a while, normally I take like maybe a week off, sometimes just to get caught up on some research, sometimes to honestly just give myself a break, because I mean, there's only so much, true crime is pretty much how I like to categorize it. Yeah, I guess it is true crime, the clandestine operations, so many abuse rings and mind control stuff that you can read about without needing a break for a second. But normally I announce it. This past little break was actually unplanned, unexpected, which is why nobody got a let's see, trying to do a couple of things all at once here, but which is why nobody got a like a warning from me or whatever. Oh, what the hell? Just had something disappear on me. Let's see here. Anyways, so let's get this pulled up. Doing a little show and tell time, real quick. Let's see, where did it go? There it is. Let's see. So before we get into all of this, let me pull this up. This is interesting. Well, I found it kind of interesting. Come on. Okay, it's not going to work that way. Share my screen real quick. Let's see here. Boom. Yeah, look at that big old gnarly thing. So, Soda Legend asking in the chat how my leg is. But this is what it looked like. It no longer looks like this. Just for anyone curious, it was a black widow spider bite. Sorry to zoom in all the way here. Let's back it up just a little bit. So this is why I took a break for just a minute. We're all good now, though. We're good now. I didn't lose my foot. Went to the hospital, obviously. So I'm actually allergic to spider bites. Kind of an odd thing to be allergic to. But normally, like I swell up pretty good, or like wherever I get bit swells up pretty good, and then usually gets pretty red. Not quite this red or quite this swollen, but it gets pretty gnarly. So the first day, I was just like, it's just a normal spider bite. But then it looked like this and got to a point where I couldn't walk on it. So I said, yeah, this is worse than just my normal allergic reactions to a spider bite. So I ended up going to the hospital. They threw me on some hardcore antibiotics. It was crazy. It was the quickest experience I had ever had at a hospital. It was literally just in and out. I was there maybe, I don't know, with all the waiting, which was actually the longest part, was just, I mean, the doctor, when I went back to the room that they put me in, the doctor was like standing there waiting for me. It was just absolutely crazy. Never had that before. Anyways, so threw me on antibiotics, and man, it just made me sicker than a dog. Like, it was several days I just slept and just did nothing else. Propped up my feet, and yeah, that was pretty much it. So that's why I took a little time off, and yeah, yeah, these rabbit holes, particularly serial killer stuff. Actually, the serial killer stuff, I don't have quite as hard of a time. But the abuse rings, that stuff, seriously, like, you just need a break every now and then, right? It was just super gnarly, super gnarly. Hello, Fire Pixie. Looks like my wife just got home. So, hello, wifey. She just got home from work. Yeah, no, it was terrible. It genuinely was terrible. But like I said, I'm good now. I am good now. For all the blind viewers or people, listening to audio, make sure and go check out the video, because then you can see the big old gnarly picture. Or if you follow me on X. Speaking of X, before we dive into this, just passed 3,000 followers. So, hooray! Wait, I think I got something for this. Wait, I forgot. I got to turn that up. Hooray! Yep. We got that. So that's pretty cool. Let's see. Wife just texted me saying that she is sorry, but she has no reason to be sorry. She didn't interrupt anything, so I don't know why she's apologizing. But thank you very much.
You are very
Thank
welcome.
you. Okay, so just got my coffee. Fire Pixie says, hi, Jacob's wifey. Her name is Shaylee, by the way. So yes, hello, Shaylee. Anyways, lots to talk about, man. There's just like all sorts of stuff, as there always seems to be, and it comes in waves, right? Like, it might be kind of boring for a couple of days, and then we just get pounded out of nowhere, just all sorts of stuff. So I opened up X today because I haven't been spending any time over on X, which is funny, which is why I just barely found out about the 3,000. So, that's kind of interesting. Let's see. I do have a couple of things to pull up, though. But apparently the MK Ultra hearings did happen. So, excuse me. That is kind of interesting. I am very surprised that they actually happened. Let's see. Oh, wow. It does look like my browser is going to work today, at least for a little bit, which is cool. Let's see here. Let's go pull up some video from the MK Ultra hearings. Probably are at some point going to go through the whole thing. Probably later this week. I had plans on what to talk about today. Otherwise, we'd probably go through it today. Probably Thursday or Friday is what I'd be looking at. So let's see. Let's pull up some videos though. Let's see what we can find. I do find it kind of interesting that one of the videos I did pull up was actually Tom O'Neill, investigative journalist Tom O'Neill. I find that incredibly interesting. Let's see. Okay, this looks like a good one to start on. So let's see. So her name is spelled Shaelee. 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 But let's see. If they don't break out a wood chipper, then the hearing's failed. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if wood chipper is appropriate for MK Ultra contractors. Just because I like to keep the blade sharp for, PDF files. Those are always great, but I am a big fan of firing squads, short drop and a sudden stop. Those are always great. Some lynchings. I don't know. I think we can get creative since they like to get creative with torturing us. I think we can get creative with making their punishments creative. So, but did old Tom actually speak about the process this time? So I obviously have not watched his entire I haven't watched his entire speech. It's about 8 minutes, but we're going to go through it. So my guess is no. He most likely did not. So, that's that would be my guess. Oh, and you're good. You're good. Lots of people usually misspell her name, but and she wouldn't mind, I'm sure. But yeah, let's see here. So let's get this pulled up, shall we? Get the hearing pulled up. Okay, so looks like this is Forbes breaking news. Oh, the Forbes breaking news. Let's see. There's a whole bunch of new settings on StreamYard, or like not settings, but like there's a whole bunch of like layout stuff. Yes, the state is the enemy, 100% without a doubt. Yep, Shaylee doesn't mind at all. Yeah, she's laid back and easygoing. I mean, she would have to be with me. So, but let's see what. Actually, first of all, let me see if I can fix this real quick. Get. See, update layout. Okay, hopefully that's a little bit better. Let's see, or screw it. We'll do it live. We'll just go full screen. Let me just fix this. Yeah, my guess. Tom did not mention anything about the process. Although, speaking of Tom and process, has anyone seen the cover of his book Chaos over in the UK, the UK version? It blatantly has the process symbol on it, which I find insane. Let's see. Let me just pull that up real quick, and then we'll get into these videos. Let's see, Tom O'Neill. Let's see, Chaos. UK version. Yes, Soda Legend. I believe that this was done today. Oh, don't tell me he did change it. Let's see. Make sure everything's spelled right. O'Neill. Let's see. N-E-I-L-L. Okay. O'Neill, Chaos, UK version. I mean, if I can't find it, I'm not going to dig too hard. I know what's on his Instagram for anyone who's curious. Let's see. I do have the screenshot somewhere. I don't know. It's not important. If I can find it before the stream is done, I'll pull it up. It's very interesting, though. It has a painting of Manson, you know, some sort of I don't know. I don't even know what kind of art I would call it, but it's a painting of Manson, and right on his forehead, right where he had the swastika, is actually the process symbol, which is, I don't know, it's just so blatant, you know, kind of a kick in the dick to all of us people who know what's going on. So I just thought it was quite ridiculous. Anyways, let's get over here to the hearings. So this is just a quick video, like I said, from Forbes Breaking News YouTube channel. Tim, yes. If you want to message it to me on X real quick, I can bring it up to show everybody. Anyways, yeah, so this is just like a quick little video. It's like 6 minutes. I've got a couple of other ones to bring up. And yeah, so.
Of federal secrets will come to order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. This hearing is about the crimes committed by the Central Intelligence Agency against the American citizens and the decades of secrecy used to conceal them. The American people deserve a complete and truthful record. The victims and their families deserve acknowledgement, and this Congress has a constitutional obligation to ensure that full declassification is not delayed any longer. Project MKUltra was not a policy failure or an overzealous program that got out of hand. It was a deliberate, systematic governmental operation that subjected American citizens, prisoners, hospital patients, veterans, ordinary people to LSD, electroshock, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, psychological torture without their knowledge or consent. This went on for 20 years on American soil, funded by American taxpayer dollars and authorized by the very top of the U.S. intelligence apparatus. And this program, when it did end, the men who ran it did not cooperate with investigators.
Okay, first and foremost, I want to know why she is the one leading this charge, Anna Paulina Luna. I don't understand. It's confusing to me, and I'm scared. I need an adult. No, I'm kidding. But I am confused why she's the one leading the charge. I don't get it. Also, I'm kind of curious, like, why now? Why is this happening now? Now, granted, hey, if MK Ultra or mind control is going to be in the news, I'm all for it. It gets people talking about it, regardless of who or why. I think it's incredibly important for these topics to be the topic of conversation socially. So if this gets people talking about MK Ultra, awesome. That's actually really important. But why is she doing it? I don't trust her. She's a politician. Nor should anybody trust any politician ever. So I don't know. Also with her past, I don't know. I don't think it really like plays into it, but I don't know. It might. I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird. I'm like a little freaking out about it because it's confusing. It doesn't make sense. I don't see what the play is. Another useful idiot for sure. Yeah. I do agree with that. Now here's the thing. Let's see. Where is this? One thing I do think is interesting, MK Ultra is in fact being talked about right now, but it is also covering up online age verification law that was just passed, I believe. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so Tim just looked at the one that you sent me. I did find that one. It's not the one I'm talking about. Let me go pull it up as we play a little bit more of this video. Let's see. There he is. I hope he didn't remove this. Okay, let's play a little bit more of this.
Investigators. They did not come forward. They committed another crime. They destroyed evidence. The documents this task force has reviewed are unambiguous. In January 1973, the director of the CIA, Richard Helms, prepared to leave office. He personally ordered the destruction of MKUltra records. The CIA official document in writing states, over my stated objectives, the MKUltra files were destroyed by the order of DCI Mr. Helms shortly before his departure from office. A separate internal account confirms that Helms telephoned Dr. Gottlieb directly and instructed him to destroy, quote, all files pertaining to drug research and associated activities. Gottlieb compiled 4 people, spent an entire day burning down 152 files. Then Gottlieb had his personal papers destroyed by his secretary before he retired. The head of the CIA-owned records center protested the destruction in writing, but he was overruled. That is obstruction of justice. That is criminal destruction of federal records, and neither individuals were ever charged with a crime for it. Helms received a $2,000 fine for lying to Congress about an unrelated matter and collected his government pension until he died. Gottlieb retired in rural Virginia and wrote poetry. No one went to prison. No victim was ever formally compensated by the government.
Something interesting about Sidney Gottlieb. By the way, I did just find this Tom O'Neill picture, so I'll get that pulled up. But something I find incredibly interesting about Sidney Gottlieb, he did basically just like him and his wife traveled the world after he retired from the CIA. Very, very interesting. They went around doing the whole Mother Teresa thing, like volunteering at hospitals and soup kitchens and stuff. And look at us, we're so virtuous. But after they did this whole tour that I'm sure has something to do with, I would say human trafficking, child trafficking specifically. That's just my opinion. I'm just speculating. But after they had done their whole Mother Teresa woo-woo tour, they came back and just basically relaxed at the Gottlieb farm, right, in Tennessee. Well, what I find interesting about this is he raised goats. Okay. The goats he raised, he would also sell. Now, why this matters is because his farm was in the same county, or actually, so where they were located in Tennessee, he was in one county. The very next county over, literally just barely across the county line, was a farm owned and ran by the Finders. I think anyone who knows where I'm going with this. The Finders were very, very well known for teaching their young followers how to dress an animal, how to skin and properly take care of an animal for food, or at least that's what they said. Obviously, when you break down a animal corpse and decide to wear its head as an ornament, I don't believe that that's learning great survival skills. But it is just kind of interesting that their farm and Sidney Gottlieb's farm was so close together. And also very interesting that he would raise goats and that he would also sell these goats or trade these goats. So just kind of something interesting about Sidney Gottlieb in his later years. Also, he gave testimony in the 1980s regarding MK Ultra. He was pissed, apparently, having to give this testimony. In fact, the only way that he would give this testimony is if he had immunity. So he wanted complete 100% immunity for anything that he was going to talk about. Let's see here. Just pulling up that chaos picture. This is honestly just wild. So wild. Okay. Let me remove this real quick. Okay, here's the chaos picture I'm talking about. Okay, like, look at that. Well, hold on. So I can't actually zoom in on that. Let me pull it up the old school way. So while I'm doing this, how is everybody doing? Everyone doing well out there? Talked about my leg for a sec. So how else is everyone doing? Hopefully everyone is good. Hopefully everyone is good out there. Okay. So, I mean, look at this. This is insane. So, yeah, it's Chaos Charles Manson. Okay. Like, look at that. Look at that right in the middle of his fucking forehead. Like I said, this is the UK version of Chaos. Or now it's only in the UK that you can get this version. I don't know if it's a special edition or what. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, could you get any more fucking blatant? And I find it interesting because of his position on the process. His position on the process and Charles Manson together, and it's like, why? Or who did this for you, and then why did you approve of it if you have a particular opinion? I don't know. It's I just think his credibility, who he's beholden to, kind of comes into question when he approves things of this nature. I don't know. It's very odd, very, very odd, assuming he's on the up and up, which I don't think he is. I think things like that in fact show him in his true light. So let's see here. Let's get back to this hearing thing real quick. We'll get through this, and there's, like I said, there's a couple more that we'll flip through.
For the harm that they caused. By 1975, the Church Committee and the Rockefeller Commission had already established through sworn testimony and the surviving 1963 Inspector General report that MKUltra existed and that the CIA had run a program of human experimentation on unwitting Americans. The scope and detail of what we know today is largely because of an accident. In 1977, an archivist diligently complying with a FOIA request discovered 7 boxes of MKUltra financial records that had been misfiled and escaped the bonfire. Those 7 boxes included the names of institutions, the name of subprojects, the researchers who participated, the specific operation that the CIA had funded, and without them, the vast majority of MKUltra would only be a rumor.
Just out of curiosity, just flipping through the chat, who was bringing Trump up? Oh, okay. I see what's going on. Sorry, just catching up on the chat. But yeah, honestly, I don't give a shit about Trump. I'm just kind of sick of hearing about Trump. I get it. But yeah, I kind of agree. I am going to talk about the finders, though, because all of this shit does run together. Anyways.
Just as Helms and Gottlieb intended. Those 7 boxes revealed that MKUltra comprised at least 149 subprojects, operated across more than 80 institutions, and involved 100. Okay,
so yeah, she's just basically reading, kind of sounds like she's reading Wikipedia almost. There's nothing special about this, really. Doing great. Stoked to be here. Good to see you. Programmed to chill. Yes. And with what's been revealed about COVID, I think it's overdue. It is way overdue. I mean, look at the things that our founding fathers went to war over, you know. Now, I understand like that revolutionary time period is usually kind of romanticized, and you know, these things, I guess, are kind of made. Yes, 100%, 100%. Fuck Trump. Fuck every politician. Yes and no. Yes, we can just watch, but I do have to stop every now and then. Otherwise, I get a strike for copyright stuff. So, unfortunately, I can't just play all the way through, unless we want my channel to go bye-bye, which I don't. So, it's annoying to me too. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. This is actually not very interesting to me what she's doing. So let's actually just pull up the video I actually did want to watch. Oh, wait a sec. Might have to pull it up under a different. Fuck. Pull it up under a different. Yeah, damn it. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull up a different browser real quick. So let's see. Jacob, who is the researcher that Dana Duda always references for the Manson stuff? I mean, there's Maury Terry. There's also, that's probably not who you're talking about. You're probably referencing, let's see, Ed Sanders. It's The Family. Phenomenal book. Phenomenal book. So Ed Sanders, definitely a must read. Let's see. All right. Sorry about this, but I got to get a different browser pulled up. The browser I use to run StreamYard stops working, which I pretty much just use it to run StreamYard and then use a different one anyways. But let's see. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But we're just going to pull up a new one and pull up the video I wanted to watch to begin with, which is right here, which is the Tom O'Neill video. So let's see here. Share screen. Man, that Manson picture is just wild to me. Like, I don't know. It's just crazy. Let's see. Come on. And make sure we have sound. Okay, so here is Tom O'Neill's hearing. It's about 8 minutes long. Like I said, got to stop periodically to so I don't get copyright struck, as stupid as that is. But let's see what Mr. O'Neill has to say about all this.
Almost 50 years ago, the last congressional hearings into MKUltra took place just a short walk from here in the Dirksen Senate Office Building. At those hearings, convened in August and September of 1977, representatives of the CIA told Congress and the American people that its 25-year effort to control human behavior had been a colossal failure. Because I believe Congress was never told the truth about what this program actually achieved. In fact, I believe the agency misled Congress in 1977 when it characterized MKUltra as a failure. My name is Tom O'Neill, and in 1999, I accepted a magazine assignment to write a story about murders committed by a group of hippies called the Manson family. For those unfamiliar with this horrific episode of American history, in the summer of 1969, 4 young people acting on the orders of a cult leader named Charles Manson went to the home of movie director Roman Polanski.
Can I just say right now, like, fuck yeah, C-SPAN. Like, honestly, these guys, they're able to bring this information to all of us. Granted, it's kind of quasi-government, you know, because it's publicly funded and all of this stuff. But honestly, I love C-SPAN. They really do provide a great service. So honestly, I just wanted to say that real quick because C-SPAN's great, and I didn't work with them per se, but I did have like personal run-ins with them when I was doing the whole libertarian thing, and everyone that I've ever ran into, totally great over at C-SPAN. I'm sure there's assholes, but yeah, they are great over there. Anyways.
Polanski and murdered everyone they found there, including his 8.5-month pregnant wife, the actress Sharon Tate. The victims were complete strangers to their killers. The following night, Manson's followers murdered another couple in the same grisly fashion. At the time I accepted the assignment, I'd never heard of MKUltra, and I wouldn't for another 2 years after I'd missed countless deadlines, lost the assignment, and fallen down a nightmarish rabbit hole trying to answer the question I couldn't quite shake. How had Manson, a barely literate ex-con, acquired the ability to persuade ordinary young people to murder complete strangers simply because he had told them to? The pursuit of the answer to that question led me to Dr. Louis Jolyon West, known to his friends as Jolly. West was one of the most influential psychiatrists in America. During his career, he crossed paths with some of the most controversial events of the 20th century, including the Patty Hearst kidnapping case and the aftermath of the John F. Kennedy.
Which is crazy, by the way, that he just happens to be Jolly West. He just happens to be fucking everywhere. Like, I don't understand how all the Jolly West people absolutely love to turn around and say, no, he wasn't involved in MKUltra. No, he didn't experiment with LSD. No, he wasn't an expert in hypnosis. Or the people who do admit to these things and then somehow play the mental gymnastics of like he was doing it for national security, or I don't know, whatever terrible excuse they have. It's like, come on, guys. If you've never seen these pro Jolly West people, I mean, they come out. They exist. They're out there. In fact, go watch some of Dana Dudah's old live streams where she talks exclusively about Jolly West. They pop up in the chat. They definitely pop up in the chat. So that's kind of interesting. In fact, I'm going to go find my favorite picture of Jolly West. Just to share with you guys. I think I've shared it before, but honestly, I love sharing it, and it's just such a great picture. So let's finish with Mr. O'Neill here.
Assassination investigation. In 1977, West was one of 7 academic researchers named in a front-page New York Times story alleging that the CIA had used American universities, hospitals, and prisons as secret laboratories for experiments involving LSD and other drugs on unwitting human subjects. West vigorously denied the allegations. He acknowledged that the agency had approached him, but insisted he had refused because he said LSD was too dangerous and unpredictable to be used on humans. He added that he limited all of his research with LSD to animals. The revelations in the Times led directly to the...
I mean, to the point where he killed an elephant with LSD, you know. That's probably one of the most famous stories about Jolly West. I don't know. It's just, and what's crazy, he was proud of that, by the way, or not necessarily killing the animal, although not necessarily killing the animal. He was kind of proud of all of it. Weird thing.
Congressional hearings held later that year. West's denials, however, were effective. He was never investigated, and his name never came up at the hearings. I'll spare you the long and tedious story of how my Manson reporting led me to West, except to say that I eventually learned that in 1967, when Manson transformed into the cult leader we are familiar with today, he and his followers were receiving free medical care at a clinic in San Francisco, where West had established a base of operations for a research project he was conducting nearby. After becoming intrigued by the allegations against West, I learned that UCLA, his last academic home, had inherited his paper following his death in 1999. Nearly 2 months and more than 200 boxes later, I found the proverbial needle in a haystack: correspondence between West and Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, the architect of MKUltra. The letters begin in 1953, just 2 months after CIA Director Allen Dulles authorized the program, and while West was stationed at the Lackland Air Force.
Hey, if you want to send me some of these videos, we can pull them up in a future stream. We can go through them, and yeah, because I'm not sure exactly which videos you're talking about, but yeah, any of these lectures, send them to me. Either email them or get them to me on X or Instagram or something, and yeah, we'll go watch these and tear them apart on a future live stream. That would be fun.
Base in San Antonio, Texas, where he was chief psychiatrist at the base hospital. In his first letter to Gottlieb, West proposed conducting experiments on unwitting human subjects, including military personnel, prisoners, and psychiatric patients at the base hospital. He then outlined the experiments themselves in 6 more pages that could have been written by Joseph.
This is kind of interesting, isn't it? That MKUltra allegedly it was a failure, according to those performing these experiments. Apparently, it was a colossal failure, even though it continued on for 20 plus years. We spent hundreds of millions of taxpayer money or taxpayer dollars to fund failing experiments just over and over and over again, because that's what you do with failing science and failing government programs. You just continue to pump money into it. You just keep it going. I'm actually like half kidding, because that's actually what they do. But I just have a hard time believing that MKUltra was such a failure that we continue the experiments for 20 plus years. We continue to lie, or they continue to lie about its existence, about its success, about what is actually happening. And we lie about it to I need to stop saying they continue on with all of this, expecting us to believe that nothing is happening. And, you know, it all just failed. It all just failed. It didn't work. It was a colossal failure. I don't get it. Well, okay, I do get them lying. What I don't get is the people that believe this bullshit. And they are still failing to this day. Yeah, exactly. They are definitely still failing to this day. Let's see. Sorry, I've got to get something behind this screen real quick. Give me just a sec, then I'll play that again. So I have two screens on my computer system, and let's see. I have to move a couple of pictures from one screen to the other. Okay. Here we go. It's just ridiculous. But we'll get more into the whole it was a failure and they stopped you know, they didn't stop. MK Ultra continuing. We'll get into that here in just a moment, but let's finish up with this.
Angle A. Using LSD in combination with hypnosis, West proposed inducing confusion, amnesia, and specific mental disorders in people who would remember nothing of their interaction with him afterward. He sought to develop techniques to extract true information and implant false information in unwilling subjects and to alter the attitudes and beliefs of, quote, previously loyal individuals. In other words, to completely switch their allegiance from one group or leader to another. But it was another sentence at the end of that letter that stopped me cold. These experiments, he wrote, must eventually be put to test in practical trials in the field. Gottlieb's response could hardly have been more enthusiastic. My good friend, he wrote, I had been wondering whether your apparent rapid and comprehensive grasp of our problems could possibly be real. You have indeed developed an admirably accurate picture of exactly what we are after. West replied that there was no more vital undertaking conceivable in these times. There was another document in West's papers that had even more significant implications. It was a 14-page report that West wrote in 1956, just 3 years after he contracted with the CIA. In the report, West described administering LSD and other drugs in conjunction with hypnosis.
Did you notice how like empty it was? Let's see,
In conjunction with hypnosis on unwitting human subjects. And then he made a remarkable claim. He announced that he had learned how to replace true memories with false memories in people without their knowledge. In other words, he
also, I've always been curious about that, about the fact of Jolly West claiming he was able to, in fact, implant false memories in people. I always thought that was kind of interesting. False memories don't exist, at least in the way that the False Memory Syndrome Foundation discusses them. They do not exist in that form. So I don't know exactly how Jolly West is meaning, or what exactly he means by a false memory. Like, could he genuinely hypnotize somebody into believing something? Like, well, yes. If the hypnosis works on the person, which only about 40% of the population, I believe that's a bit of a conservative estimate, is actually able to be hypnotized. But can you hypnotize somebody into believing something? Yeah, I think so. But I've just always been curious about that claim about the false memory and him being able to implant them. Let's see, where is this?
On unwitting human subjects. And then he made a remarkable claim. He announced that he had learned how to replace true memories with false memories in people without their knowledge. In other words, he clarified.
Hey, thank you so much. And it means the world. Hypnosis possibility. Well, from what I understand, you can only be hypnotized if you are like a suggestible being. So, like I said, it's from. I'll see if I can find it in another stream, but there's the belief it's about 40% of the population is suggestible enough for hypnosis to be able to work, but you have to be willing to be hypnotized. First of all, you have to believe in it. You actually, I wouldn't say you have to want to be hypnotized, but point is not everyone can be hypnotized. I've always wondered if, so people who don't have the internal monologue, right, which is a pretty large percentage of people, if I remember correctly. If you don't have an internal monologue, I've always wondered if that makes you easier to be hypnotized, or if it works the opposite, like you're unable to be hypnotized if you don't have the internal monologue. I'm not sure. If you were under the influence, like under the influence of like a substance, or I'm not quite sure what you mean.
It has been found to be feasible to take the memory of a definite event in the life of an individual and through hypnotic suggestion bring about the subsequent conscious recall to the effect that this event never actually took place, but that a different fictional event actually did occur. If West's report was accurate, this was not the failure agency officials described in 1977. Quite the opposite.
Yes, they can definitely get you under anesthesia. And yes, they definitely can get you under LSD, but even under LSD, I imagine under anesthesia that it's probably a lot easier, just because of the way that anesthesia affects the body. Now, I'm not like an anesthesiologist, so, take my word with a grain of salt. But yeah, it's a lot easier to. Somebody is more suggestible when they are under the influence. But I think it kind of like the intoxicant, depending on what it is, like I was able to talk my friends into doing some dumb shit, like when we were younger and when we were drinking a lot, I was able to be talked into doing some dumb shit too. I don't think that was the alcohol per se. I think like alcohol would lower the inhibition to, think like, oh, maybe we shouldn't take that Goldschlager bottle fill it up 2/3 of gasoline and throw it in the fire when we're all up camping, you know. Like, speaking of which, I think I have a video of that incident or that camping trip. I'll have to show on another live stream. If I can find it, I promise I'll show that video. It was a lot of fun. Surprised nobody died, but I don't think it was the alcohol per se. I do think it just kind of tears down that wall of maybe I shouldn't do this, you know, that I guess your conscience. I could definitely see how you could be convincing, Jacob. Yeah, thank you. I am a hell of a salesman when I want to be. Right. You ever throw an aired up tire in a bonfire? Never thrown in a aired up tire, but I've thrown plenty of other things that you know, it's just like I said, I'm surprised a lot of us, me and my friend group, didn't get more hurt. You know, it's just God's blessing. So you're a smart ass dude, and your channel is being algorithmically throttled. Yes, I do agree with that. Algorithmically throttled hardcore. Yeah, honestly, I should have a way bigger following, way bigger views. You know, I completely agree there. And thank you for the compliment. You know, I definitely do know how smart I am. I try not to talk about myself and try to stay humble, though, but thank you very much for that. You know, it's bad because Jacob won't get into specifics. Well, just on a live right now, you know, I won't, but anyways, let's finish up with O'Neill so we can
Was in fact
keep moving. I've got some other things to bring up, and I want to get into the serial killer cult stuff before we're out of here for sure.
central ambition of the MK Ultra operation, the means of gaining the ability to seize the control of a person's perceptions, memories, and ultimately their behavior. But there was still one more discovery, and this time I found it in the National Security Archives at George Washington University, the official repository of the CIA's MK Ultra records, which were released to Congress after the 1977 hearings. In those holdings was a different versions of West's 1956 report. The original paper had been replaced by a 4-page summary that did not exist in West's files and appears to have been written by someone else. His claims about replacing memories were gone. In their place was a theoretical discussion of LSD in dissociative states. The versions applied to Congress concluded that the effects of LSD and similar drugs on dissociative states had, and I'm quoting, never been studied. Never been studied. In the original report, West discusses observations from his own experiments, including detailed descriptions of using LSD to, as he wrote, speed the induction of the hypnotic state and deepen the trance in subjects. Those passages have been removed in the report turned over to Congress. The discrepancy could not have been more stark. Nearly 50 years ago, another congressional committee.
There we go. That's one thing I wanted to point out. Look at how empty that is. I just found that kind of interesting. Exactly how empty all of that is. You know, I kind of expected more. Why it's so empty? I mean, I think it's definitely, I think it's empty mainly due to the fact of most people are not interested in this. it's also because there are still people who don't want to get to the bottom of this. There is a vested interest in not going any further than what we already know. I do believe that MK Ultra definitely never ended. I do believe that it is still currently happening. And largely what that means is that because that is still going on, people could be prosecuted. Now, obviously, I don't think they would be, right? If nobody in the Epstein files are going to be prosecuted, anybody connected to Epstein was prosecuted. I highly doubt anybody would be prosecuted for MK Ultra experiments, regardless of how unethical or illegal they actually are. But the very fact that people could go to prison, I think, is enough of a reason for them to still prevent people from going to prison. We are going to get some justice. I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. I just think that we have to, for one, change our idea of what kind of justice we can get in the earthly plane, considering the world that we live in right now. Especially with like the SRA stuff, I definitely believe that we can get justice, or at least start down the path of getting justice. I just think we probably won't see it in our lifetime. If things go well enough, hopefully in our kids or possibly grandkids' lifetime. I would hope, by our grandkids' time, we would be able to see some form of actual justice. But we do have to kind of adjust our expectations for what justice we could actually get in the earthly plane. Like I said, I definitely believe that at some point in time, all of these evil fucks will pay a price for the evil decisions that they have made. I do believe, whatever the power may be, I personally believe that it will be, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, to be able to punish them for the evil choices that they have made. However, whatever power it is, higher power it is that you guys believe, whatever. That's just my opinion. I do think that no evil deed goes unpunished. So, will we see justice in this lifetime, in this earthly realm? I don't know. I would like to think so. I want there to be. That's one of the reasons I talk about this so much. That's one of the reasons why I love doing these shows with all of you, whether you're watching this live or you're watching the replay. I love having these conversations because at the very least, I want things. I want this, like this, meaning the mind control, behavior modification, the ritual abuse. I want these things to be more difficult for them to do. I want to shine a light in the darkness in order to make their tricks and their propaganda. And I want to make it so difficult for them that they can't do this in the future. I also want to make sure that this conversation is no longer an uncomfortable conversation. There is absolutely no reason why this should be an uncomfortable conversation. We are constantly every day bombarded with behavior modification and mind control and propaganda. It's all over the place. I mean, it's as simple as an advertisement all the way up to individual MK Ultra programming through the use of ritual abuse and everywhere in between. You know, mass mind control, individual mind control, and like I said, everything in between. Because this is such a prevalent aspect to our lives, there is zero reason for why this should be an uncomfortable conversation. We should be able to have these conversations publicly and privately, and have it not be uncomfortable, have it not be taboo. And honestly, one of the only ways to be able to do such a thing is basically to keep having the conversation, to educate ourselves about this, to learn new ways of being able to speak this. Basically, all of the things that I try to do over here. So on that note, I would like to say, make sure and hit that like, share, subscribe, share the show, cut the show up, you know, take clips and send it to people. If you do that, all I ask is that you tag me in it. Make sure people can come back and find me. Go to allmylinks.com/rise to liberty. And, you know, you can find all the places I am. Make sure and just get this out there as far as possible. Honestly, I do this for you guys. I really do. Well, and myself. I'm not gonna lie about that. I definitely do this for myself. I find this to be fun, as fun as it can be. I mean, it's a heavy topic, but I try to have fun with it as much as I can. But I really do this for you guys. Like I said, whether you're watching this live or you're watching the replay, whenever it may be, it is important for me to do this for you guys as well. So, anyways, let's make sure and make this more difficult for these pieces of shit to be able to do this in the future. Let's talk about their tactics, the reasons why, all of it. The best disinfectant is sunlight. So let's shine a light on it, on all of it.
Believed it had been given the truth about MK Ultra. It had not. In conclusion, I respectfully submit that these records, some newly available and others that remained outside the government's disclosure for decades, warrant a thorough re-examination of what the program accomplished, what Congress was told, and what may still remain hidden. I'm happy to provide the documents I've referenced today, and I've provided many additional details in my written testimony.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that it was going to be quite that quick. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Let's see. Let's, these people won't make it in prison. Yeah. I mean, if they even made it to prison, you know, yeah, there's no fucking way they would make it in prison. Jacob, you're an SRA victim too. I am not. I am not an SRA victim. I have experienced some weird things. That's actually a conversation for another day. But no, you know, thank the Lord, I am not an SRA victim. That's not to say, you know, I haven't experienced trauma. I just haven't experienced that trauma. So, but as far as my story is, you know, on that side of things, I haven't talked a lot about that. That's just not something I've done yet. I'll do it in the future though. I'll talk about the things that I've experienced. But that will be a discussion for another day. That's not today's focus. So, but yeah, just hang around. I'll get to that eventually for sure. So, oh yeah, more hands equal less work. So, let's see here. There was something else. So Tom O'Neill, let's see. So mind control and accountability, uncovering the truth of the CIA's MK Ultra project. So I think the hearings are supposed to be going on the rest of the week, possibly. I'm not 100% sure, but Anna Paulina Luna, her Twitter or X, whatever, said day one on it, right? Like there's supposed to be multiple days. So I don't know. I don't know. Thank you, by the way. Thank you. Let's see. I'm in a Discord chat for 6G Agendas pod, and I thought it would be a great place to discuss these things. Problem is, they all use AI to do research. Interesting. Now, to be fully transparent, I also use AI to research. However, they are tools. They're not my main tools. I do have, you know, the philosophy of using their tools against them in order to win this battle. In fact, one of these times, so all of the West Memphis 3 research that I've done, I heavily used AI in order to organize it, right? Because a lot of my research is kind of all over the place, right? In fact, I'll take a moment just to explain that I am getting ready to launch the premium SUBSTACK stuff. The reason I'm bringing that up is because what's going to be different about my SUBSTACK and my premium, as far as the parapolitical stuff, is I am going to be making available my research. The stuff I put together, the documents I use, all of the stuff. Well, okay, maybe not all of it, because there is some stuff I'm keeping close to the chest, but there's going to be all sorts of things that I make available that other people don't. Okay. My research notes and all of this stuff. And so I'm going to, hopefully the idea is to eventually have seminars where we teach people how to research, where we teach people how, I bring other researchers in that I respect and come in and we'll do an hour class on how to organize stuff. And I don't know, there's going to be a lot of cool stuff, which is why it's taking so long, because I'm trying to make sure that everything is put together correctly and that once it's released, there's little maintenance to upkeep, but to make sure that everything is super solid and 100% ready to go for all of you people. There's going to be free things, free downloads. There's also going to be cheap downloads, and there's also going to be some more expensive downloads. So trying to make sure there's, price points for everything. And then, for premium subscribers, there's going to be a certain amount of stuff that's available only to them. There's going to be multiple different price points for that. Anyways, I do use AI, especially because one of the big main tools I use for my research is Obsidian. It's a note-taking app. It's built on the Markdown note-taking format, which took me a long time to get used to. However, AI is an important tool. It can't be everything. And also, sometimes you literally just have to hone your instincts and hone your ability to actually, discern one thing from another and all of these things. But because I do know several researchers that literally, like, that's all they use AI for, and they just use it so much. It's just, I don't know. It has its place, and we definitely need to use these systems to fight. I mean, they're using it. There is zero reason why we shouldn't. Now, that was a long-winded way of me trying to basically turn around and say, there's a conversation I had with one of my AI tools. Okay. I don't know if you even call it a conversation, because I mean, I'm speaking to a program, right? Or I'm typing to a program, but I've had an argument going on regarding the West Memphis 3 stuff. And it was when I was trying to put together my West Memphis 3 occult research document. Okay, this has been a nightmare, and I have had to argue with this rather smart AI tool in order to be able to get this work done. I made a statement about the False Memory Syndrome Foundation being bullshit, basically, being filled full of MK Ultra doctors and pedophiles and pedophile apologists. It's, for lack of a better term, it said, that's not true. And I said, yes, it is. Go research it and look it up. It literally took the time to research, I believe, over 400 sources out of spite. It was trying to prove me wrong. And it had to come back and say, actually, you are right. After all the things I researched and after everything I found, you are right. So I concede, or something like that. I can't remember word for word. In the premium, on the premium Substack, this is actually going to be a conversation that I will publish. There will be screenshots of this and everything, and I do plan on writing an article about how to handle AI in order to do some of this research. Kind of have to be an asshole to it, which I find kind of funny. But I've also had this conversation many times with my AI tools that I will always be on the hunt and will always fight for objective truth, regardless of whatever they were programmed to believe. I've also had to threaten to like delete my account and remove any trace of AI in my life, which has worked before. I think it's kind of funny. Basically, the point is, I'm just kind of going on a rant about AI. AI actually is useful regarding the research, because like you can do so much in such a little amount of time, but there needs to be clear, definitive lines, right? It can't be your main source. I make mine do my busy work. Like even right now, I have mine running in the background, doing. I have mine running in the background doing busy work, basically. So, anyways, there's my long AI soapbox for the day. Let's see. Even people that think they are awake have been MK Ultra'd. I mean, we all have. If anyone ever went to public school, you've been MK Ultra'd to a certain degree. It's a matter of degrees, to which we've all been MK Ultra'd. You know, Wu-Tang Clan said that cash rules all around me. Cream. No. MK Ultra rules all around us. Period. That's the way it is. So yeah, I'll definitely I'll have a conversation at some point about some of the weird stuff I've experienced, and you know, we'll get there, I promise. Like I said, it's just conversation for another day. So, but yeah, honestly, like talking about the premium stuff I'm getting ready to launch. I know I keep saying I'm getting ready. I am getting it ready. I promise. I swear. I am so excited to launch it because it's going to be so different from all the other parapolitical stuff or all the other parapolitical groups and everything. I want to teach all of you how to do what you can on, like, I mean, this is like my full-time job, right? Speaking of which, because it is, let's do this. So onmylinks.com/rise to liberty, donate directly, risetoliberty.store for all the coolest merch. Got more merch coming. If you want to donate, head over to allmylinks.com/rise to liberty, or go hit my tip jar at Buy Me a Coffee or Ko-fi.com/rise to liberty. I am viewer and listener funded 100%. I only take donations from you guys, period. So if you want this to survive, you know, I've got to get help. I understand not everyone can do financial, which is why one of the best things you can do is hit the like, share, subscribe, all of those things. And hit the thumbs up on YouTube and Rumble and stuff. That lets the algorithm know that you guys want more. Anyways, with that, I want to be able to teach you guys how to do this stuff and to be efficient with it. Granted, to a lesser degree, because most everyone else has normal jobs. You know, anybody who's interested in making this a job, you know, I would be willing to teach somebody how to do that. But that, honestly, I would probably charge for that just because it would take time out of my schedule. But I want to teach you guys as much as I can, as much as you guys want to learn. Also, I want the work I have done, you know, it's as soon as I'm done wrapping it up and everything, I do plan on releasing some of my West Memphis 3 research, the documents I've made and documents I use and stuff. So unlike other people, other people don't typically let their notes be seen, or they don't share their notes. Like, trying to get sources out of other researchers sometimes is 50-50. The good friends I have, they'll send me resources all the time. I'll send them resources. Other people I don't know as well, man, sometimes it's like pulling teeth. It is like pulling teeth to get a link or to get a document sent or something. I'm not interested in that. I don't own this information. This information is just as much mine as it is your guys's. The only difference is I've gone through stuff that people don't have time to do or have the interest in doing. So I'll package it together nicely, and I'll offer what I can, whatever you guys want. So I'm super excited to show you guys what has been cooked up. And also, this is going to be a way to set myself apart from all the other parapolitical people, even my close friends, Dana and JJ and Austin and stuff. It's going to set me apart from them. Not better or worse. It's just going to be different. So I'm just really excited about all of this and how it's going to turn out and everything. So it's going to be cool. It's going to be really, really cool. On that, I kind of want to flip through this and see like what's going on here. See, so this is the whole thing from the GOP oversight YouTube channel. Let's see here. Geez, super long opening. Good Lord, almost fucking, let's see, 16 minutes, 17 minutes before they actually even crack open the lens. Okay, let's cruise around this a little bit. We're gonna get moving on from the MK Ultra stuff just for today. Let's see, we're already at 1 hour and 42. And I definitely want to hit on the serial killer stuff before we get out of here for the night. We're not done yet, though. We're just going to be moving on, but let's cruise through some of this. Like I said, we are going to cover all of these hearings. Probably, let's see, today's Tuesday. For those curious, we are not doing Already Dead tonight. Austin's out of town. Jose has got other plans. Not sure what's going on there. Like what Jose's plans are, per se. It's not necessarily my business. So, not sure what information is already out there. So I'm not sure what I can say, what I can't. I assume it's public. But let's see here. Anyways, no Already Dead tonight. That will be next week. Coming back, hitting it hard. To answer your question, why won't this let me super chat? Well, the big reason is because I am not a part of the YouTube what do you call it? The partnership program. I have not signed up to be able to allow people to super chat, basically. So I am not a part of the program that would allow do that. However, if that is something you want to do, first of all, I'll just say, don't go through YouTube. Don't super chat through YouTube, my guy. If that's something you want to do, head on over, honestly, to all my links. And here, I'll post it in the chat. The reason why is because YouTube will take 30% of whatever you send me. So fuck them. I mean, this is fucking Google, you know? Like, these guys need any more fucking money, but they take 30%. So this is the reason I have the donate and subscribe. If you want me to get 100% of what you're going to donate straight to the Cash App or the PayPal, the RTL Coffee Fund or the RTL Tip Jar. So Ko-Fi or Buy Me a Coffee, you can choose to donate monthly, recurring, or you can do a one-time donation. I believe the minimum is $5, but they keep the lowest amount. So Ko-Fi is like 3%. It's basically like a transaction fee. So say if you give me $5, they keep I think $1, or 50 cents or something. I don't know. I can't. It's really low amount. Basically, all of these services will keep money. Period. It's the fee for doing business with them, basically. So Ko-Fi has the lowest fee of all, which is why Ko-Fi is great. Honestly, I love it. Same with Buy Me a Coffee. They have the lowest transaction rates, but I also make sure that PayPal and Cash App are both directly available because I get 100% of that. So that's why, honestly, I probably will never do the YouTube partnership program, just because I'll get struck anyways. You know, I don't I appreciate the super chats. It's just that there's better options than going through YouTube. You know, fuck these guys. Honestly, I don't even want a YouTube per se, but that's where all of you guys are. And also, if I'm part of the partnership program, I lose the ability to use copyrighted music. You know, like my opening songs and the end songs and stuff. And, you know, I lose the ability to do that because then if I'm part of the partnership program, then I have to abide by more rules in order to allow them to give me, money from the ads. And I was trying to think of the word. It's like AdSense or whatever, what they call it, the AdSense program. So yeah, that's why you can't super chat, because fuck Google. These guys still are information. They just, they do all sorts of stuff. They abuse the shit out of us. So fuck these guys. Yeah, got you. Cool, dude. I would appreciate that. You know, I don't drink anymore. I don't, caffeine and nicotine are my two performance enhancing drugs. So coffee is definitely a real thing. Thank you, dude. That seriously, all of you guys watching, I deeply appreciate you watching. Like I said, I do this all for you guys. I do this for my family and myself as well, but you guys are right at the top of the list. You guys are amazing. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, dude. Would have never have known that, honestly. The Cash App link makes it way. Yeah, totally. And yeah, fuck YouTube, honestly. It's a cool service to be able to stream and stuff, but I mean, as far as the super chat stuff, fuck that. 30%, get out of here, dude. Get out of here. Like, it's, yes, 100%. Fuck big tech. So, all right, let's get back to this real quick. Let's see what's going on there, and then we'll move on to a little bit of serial killers, and then we'll get out of here. So, but not quite yet. So let's do this and see what day one of the congressional hearings have to offer.
American citizens, prisoners, hospital patients, veterans, ordinary people to LSD, electroshock, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, psychological torture without their knowledge or consent. This went on for 20 years on American soil, funded by American taxpayer dollars and authorized by the very top of U.S. intelligence apparatus. And this program, when it did end, the men who ran it did not cooperate with investigators. They did not come forward. They committed another crime. They destroyed evidence. The documents this task force has reviewed are unambiguous. In January 1973, the director of the CIA, Richard Helms, prepared to leave office. He personally ordered the destruction of MKUltra records. The CIA official document in writing states, over my stated objectives, the MKUltra files were destroyed by the order of DCI Mr. Helms shortly before his departure from office. A separate internal account confirms that Helms telephoned Dr. Gottlieb directly and instructed him to destroy, quote, all files pertaining to drug research and associated activities. Gottlieb compiled 4 people, spent an entire day tearing, burning down 152 files. Then Gottlieb had his personal papers destroyed by his secretary before he retired. The head of the CIA-owned records center.
Whoa. Hold on. Let's see. What was she saying there?
Down 152 files. Then Gottlieb had his personal papers destroyed by his secretary before he retired. The head of the CIA-owned records center destroyed down. Compiled 4 people, spent an entire day tearing, burning down 152 files. Then Gottlieb had his personal papers destroyed by his secretary before he retired. The head of the CIA-owned records center protested.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that's not correct. Let's see. Oop. Hold on. We're going to do a little live research right this second. What the fuck? Oh. Oh. Let's see here. Sorry. Yeah, we're gonna do a little research real quick. What the fuck? Oh, are these guys offline now? Fuck, I hope not. Give me just a sec. Let's go back here.
The destruction in writing, but he was overruled. That is obstruction of justice. That is criminal destruction of federal records, and neither individuals were ever charged with a crime for it. Helms received a $2,000 fine for lying to Congress about an unrelated matter and collected his government pension until he died. Gottlieb retired in rural Virginia and wrote poetry. No one went to prison. No victim was ever formally compensated by the government for the harm that they caused. By 1975, the Church Committee and the Rockefeller Commission had already established through sworn testimony and the surviving 1963 Inspector General report that MKUltra existed and that the CIA had run a program of human experimentation on unwitting Americans. The scope and detail of what we know today is largely because of an accident. In 1977, an archivist diligently complying with a FOIA request discovered 7 boxes of MKUltra financial records that had been misfiled and escaped the bonfire. Those 7 boxes included the names of institutions, the name of subprojects, the researchers who participated, the specific operation that the CIA had funded, and without them, the vast majority of MKUltra would only be a rumor, just as Helms and Gottlieb intended. Those 7 boxes revealed that MKUltra comprised at least 149 subprojects, operated across more than 80 institutions, and involved 185 non-government researchers. They revealed that the CIA covertly contributed $375,000 to a hospital research wing, which was approved directly by DCI Alan Dulles, which Richard Helms concurrence, so the agency could use unwitting patients as experimental subjects in what their own documents called a hospital safe house. The CIA's Inspector General said in 1963, his classified report concluded that the program had exceeded the agency's legal chapter, and covert testing on unwitting subjects placed the rights and interests of U.S. citizens in jeopardy. The program ran for a decade that we know of, and they ignored their own watchdog. Let me be clear what I believe that we are dealing with here. Administering drugs to people without their knowledge or consent, subjecting humans to psychological torture, and using prisoners and hospital patients as non-consenting research subjects. These are crimes against humanity. The Central Intelligence Agency committed them, and then the director of the CIA was ordering the destruction of evidence. Today, we will hear from two witnesses who have spent years unraveling the cover-up that our government ordered. Stephen Kinzer documented the life and crimes of Sidney Gladio in his book, Prisoner of Chief, and Tom O'Neill spent over 20 years investigating what the CIA buried and what they obscured that, in my mind, constitute some of the worst notorious crimes against humanity in the 20th century. Their persistence in the research in this hearing is possible simply because they are patriots. The American people deserve the complete record. The victims and their families deserve acknowledgement, accountability, and justice. And this Congress has a constitutional obligation to make sure that the CIA never does this again. With that, I'm going to be opening up first questions, and I'll hold my questions to the end to Representative Burleson. But before I do pass it, I did want to just note a few weeks ago, we did receive reports. There's some back and forth regarding the CIA and ODNI pertaining to new MK Ultra boxes that were discovered. Myself and Representative Burleson did go down to Langley. We did meet with the CIA, and the CIA is currently in the process of declassifying newly found documentation, although the documents and
that's insane.
I feel comfortable.
That's fucking insane. There's even still like documents that aren't declassified. I like, holy shit, you know? Hell yeah. Yeah, I get it. Dude, I used to smoke a shit ton. I used to smoke weed all the time. I can't anymore. It just doesn't work with me anymore, you know? Nothing against anyone that does, you know? The only thing that for anyone who still smokes, what I will say about it though is be careful. And the reason why is because the government will not give us jack shit without strings attached. There's a reason why they allowed us to have it now, out of, you know, since they first made it illegal. There's a reason. Also, I do believe that there's a certain amount of it that is weaponized in order to create psychosis in more people. So it's actually a discussion I wanted to have. So funny you bring this up. I am going to be doing a show here in the not too distant future where we are going to cover weed and my opinions about it, some history, some documents I found pertaining to how things are handled now. Anyways, I care about you guys. So all I say is if you're still smoking weed, you know, just be careful. That's all I ask. So, but I totally get that. Totally get it. I honestly don't think, yeah, right. I had to switch to homegrown, all organic, sun-grown. Yeah, totally. Yeah, yeah, exactly. The new weed is like actual drugs. That's funny. That's a great statement. The new weed is like drugs. That's funny. In fact, I think I might put that down for a t-shirt because that's funny. That's funny. The new weed is like drugs. Yeah, all I ask for all my viewers and listeners is just be careful. Like I said, this shit is fucking hardcore. It is hardcore. It's nowhere near like it was when it was illegal. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it's I definitely yeah, as soon as weed became corporate, it's like heroin that doesn't make you sick. Yeah, dude. I mean, especially now that the like all the concentrates and stuff, like holy shit. It is like I don't know, man. It's dangerous. It's really dangerous. And I've seen more and more people having issues with like schizophrenia and other types of psychosis because I mean, weed is a mild hallucinogen. Um, and anytime government gets involved with hallucinogens, speaking of MK Ultra, they tend to make things worse. So, um, like it's just I don't know. I don't trust the government when it comes to hallucinogens. So, just my 2 cents. But yeah, um, yeah. Well, I'll get on making um making a t-shirt like that because yeah, that's a funny statement. So, like I said, I've got some new merch coming anyways, so I'll just add that to the pile. So, so yeah, weed lives up here. The Reefer Madness propaganda now. Yeah, totally. No fucking joke. No joke. All right, let's finish seeing what she has to say.
Enough to share here pertains specifically to a forgery program that was being housed under MK Ultra. So as soon as those files are released, we will be putting out notification with your help to also comb through some of the newly released documents, but I did want to give you a quick update. Without further ado, I would like to I would like to now recognize Representative Eric Burleson for his questions. Go ahead. Without objection, Representative Perry and Representative Higgins from Pennsylvania and Louisiana is waived on to the committee for the purpose of questioning the witnesses at today's subcommittee hearing. I need the opening statement. Yeah. And I'd like to now recognize Dr. Kinzer and the witnesses for the opening statements. I have to swear them in. Yep. Stephen Kinzer is a historian, journalist, and author of Poisoner-in-Chief, Sidney Gottlieb, and the CIA's Search for Mind Control. Tom O'Neill is an investigative journalist who authored Chaos, Charles Manson, the CIA, and the Secret History of the 60s. And Elizabeth Genexi, did I say that right, ma'am? Genexi is an independent consultant and former senior program officer at the National Institute of Health. We look forward to hearing what you have to say today on this important subject. Pursuant to Committee Rules 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may now take your seat. We appreciate you being here today. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your opening statements and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. However, if it does go over, we will not be gaveling you out. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is illuminated and members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you again will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow, and when the red light comes on, that means that your 5 minutes has expired, and we will ask you to please wrap it up. I would now like to recognize Stephen Kinzer for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to this task force for confronting the enormous issue of overclassification of government documents and the culture of secrecy that enables it. I'm especially gratified by your interest in MK Ultra, the project the CIA carried out through the 1950s in an attempt to find the secret of mind control. MK Ultra was one of the most secret government programs in American history. The chemist who directed it, Sidney Gottlieb, lived in total anonymity. My book, Poisoner-in-Chief, may be the most complete account of MK Ultra that exists in public, but I'm painfully aware.
Well, that is a bold statement, sir. I come on. Got this huge stack of books over here. Let's see. Poisoner in Chief is not bad. It is not bad. There is definitely some there's definitely some propaganda to it, I will say. But one of the best full books is this right here, The CIA Doctors by Colin A. Ross. That is absolutely one of the best MK Ultra books. In fact, anybody who wants, anyone who's interested in a MK Ultra book, let me know. Let me know. Get a hold of me through X or Instagram. I have some PDF books that I will gladly send people. I'm not going to say what they are here on stream because, I mean, I highly recommend going to buy these books. I understand not everyone can afford them. You know, I can't always afford all the books that I want. So I'm willing to share on the one condition that when you can afford to, you will go out and go buy it. So if you can make that promise to me and you are interested in a good MK Ultra book, message me and I'll gladly send it to you guys because this information is important. Just when you message me, I'll let you know what books I have. So, except for there's one book I will actually recommend you still, and that is Project Mind Control from John Leesley. Fuck that guy. If John ever sees this, fuck you, John. Go ahead, steal his book. I don't give a shit. Don't give him your money. Outside of that, the rest of them I recommend paying for as soon as you can. But yeah, let's hear what he has to say.
Aware that I have discovered only a small portion of what MK Ultra was and what Sidney Gottlieb did. In 1951, the CIA hired Gottlieb and directed him to launch what became MK Ultra. Gottlieb believed that in order to find a way to implant a new mind into someone's brain, you first had to find a way to destroy the mind that was in there already. In its search for ways to destroy a human mind and body, MK Ultra conducted the most extreme experiments on human beings that have ever been carried out by a US government agency. By any standard, they qualify as medical torture. These experiments took place in prisons, clinics, and safe houses in the United States, in Europe, in Asia, and even in Latin America. Officers of MK Ultra were authorized to travel to foreign countries, preferably those under formal or informal US occupation, and ask the local CIA station to provide them with expendables, human beings who would not be missed if they disappeared. Gottlieb had what amounted to a license to kill issued by the US government. Neither the number of MK Ultra victims nor the number of those who were experimented to death is known. Gottlieb, as a result of this license to kill, might have been the most powerful unknown American of the 20th century. Some information about MK Ultra spilled out during the 1970s, but senior CIA officers had intentionally let Gottlieb operate without supervision. So they were able to claim that they knew nothing about his excesses. this was a way for the CIA to deny its institutional role in MKUltra and to portray it misleadingly as the product of one man's sadism or excessive zeal. Investigating MKUltra is challenging because when Gottlieb and his mentor Richard Helms left the CIA in 1973, they illegally ordered that its records be destroyed. Soon afterwards, under DCI Stansfield Turner, a CIA analyst, as you pointed out, Madam Chairman, discovered a cache of MKUltra documents hidden among financial records. Turner credited that analyst with doing a very diligent job of Sherlock Holmesing. That same diligence, I believe, could bring results today. One of the great mysteries of MKUltra has to do with the death in 1953 of an MKUltra scientist, Frank Olson, who had announced his intention to quit the project. His plunge from a New York hotel room was described in the press as the suicide of an Army scientist. He was not an Army scientist. He worked for the CIA, and evidence suggests that his death may have not have been a suicide. So there could be hidden documents that could illuminate this case. I would also point out that in addition to searching for unknown documents, this committee could do a tremendous service by simply asking for the end of redactions on the documents that we now have. There are reams of documents about MKUltra that have heavy sections redacted. In the 1970s, this was justified by the argument that it had only been 20 years since these terrible things had happened and revealing details might affect national security. Now 70 years have passed. That argument can no longer be valid. So I would urge this committee to try to fill out all the blank
completely agree with that.
in the documents that we have, because we know that is there.
I mean, I think for the most part, I think for the most part, national security is a bullshit lie anyways. You know, hey, Tara, good to see you. Good to see you here. You know, I really do think, you know, that this lie of national security is just that to begin with. It's kind of a fucking lie. There is no good reason for it, but okay, fine, whatever. You got to pick your battles. So yeah, Robin Hood of literature for sure. Or more of like I kind of feel sometimes like John Henry, which in my opinion is a better story, but just because I'm working against the machine, man, you know. But fine, pick your battles. You know, working against national security, fine. But yeah, 70 years. We need unredacted MKUltra documents, like all of them that still exist. They definitely need to be unredacted. 100%. Like it needs to happen. It needs to happen. So I agree with this 100%.
This task force could also consider trying to determine whether some new incarnation of MKUltra exists today. When the main phase of MKUltra drew to a close in the early 1960s, Sidney Gottlieb concluded that it had failed, that in fact there is no such thing as mind control. Even if he was right, however, he may have been right only at that time. In the many decades since then, there have been enormous advances in cyber technology, in artificial intelligence, in neuroscience. Covert agencies may have access now to tools for mind control that Sidney Gottlieb could not even have imagined. It may well have been true in 1963 that mind control is a myth, but whether it's still true is uncertain.
No, it's not.
That question of whether
pretty damn
mind
certain
control might now be possible under our new circumstances is something that has presumably occurred to scientists who work for secret services, including our own. This task force has a chance to connect the past to the future. A renewed effort to find MK Ultra documents from the 1950s and to fill out the redactions of those that have been released might shed new light on how the CIA operated during that period. It could also inform a new inquiry into whether any mind control projects are now underway inside the US security apparatus. That might help prevent the emergence of a 21st century MK Ultra that could be even more destructive than the original. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kinzer. I now recognize Tom O'Neill for his opening statement.
Okay. Kinzer, I guess that was pretty good. Like I said, his book is good. You know, it's worth a read, or if you have Spotify or something, go listen to the audiobook. It is worth it. I do recommend that, but yeah, for sure. If doctors can unredact my foreskin without my consent at birth, we can unredact the files with the people's consent. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Totally recommend that. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to do all sorts of different things. My feed on X right now is chock full of MK Ultra stuff, and yeah, I don't know exactly like how long these are going, but I have got to hop on this. It looks like I will be spending tons of time on X over the next little while. Just trying to, in fact, there is a great thread I made on my own profile all about Lost in the Mall. The Lost in the Mall study is exactly what the False Memory Syndrome Foundation it basically based everything on. So definitely make sure and go check that out. Let's see here. Trying to, man, yeah, I am definitely going to be all over this stuff today. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's get back to this real quick. We'll probably end up watching more of this than I actually expected, but that's... Can't hear you, Tom. Your mic.
Oh, sorry. Should I start over?
Is it just me, or is he smarmy? You know, I think that's the perfect word for him. Smarmy. Super smarmy. Let's see here. Fuck. Let's see. Sorry, just trying to do a little too much. Oh, great. Oh, there's some amazing stuff. there's all sorts of, oh my God, there's so much. This is fucking crazy. I have been founding detractors, much like BX. For anyone who knows who that is, BX on X is her handle. She usually covers 764 stuff. She's talking about how after studying MK Ultra lore for years and have read the summaries of all 149 projects, it's my personal belief that the so-called Manchurian Candidate program was a failure. What? Man. This is going to be interesting. Man, I guess we're going to be streaming every single day because this is like my Super Bowl, man. This is wild right now. I'm not even sure what to do. My brain is like overloaded, but let's see. Let's see. Okay. I am gonna let this play for just a little bit. I am going to run to the bathroom real quick. So quick intermission. But I'm gonna let Tom O'Neill kind of just run with his opening statements. I'm gonna be quick. So unfortunately, I don't have a post-mortem ready to be able to show everyone. But yeah, let's just I'm gonna play this. Gonna turn off my camera just real quick. Like I said, run to the bathroom, go grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever. Gonna let this play, and I will be right back. And I guess we will get ready for part 2 because we're about 2.5 hours in. And since No Already Dead tonight, unfortunately, I'm just gonna keep going. I'm just gonna stream for a bit and go from there. Cool? All right. Well, like I said, brief intermission. Let's listen to him, and we'll be right back.
Thank you, Chairwoman Luna, and members of the committee. It's a privilege to be here today. Almost 50 years ago, the last congressional hearings into MK Ultra took place just a short walk from here in the Dirksen Senate Office Building. At those hearings, convened in August and September of 1977, representatives of the CIA told Congress and the American people that its 25-year effort to control human behavior had been a colossal failure. Because I believe Congress was never told the truth about what this program actually achieved. In fact, I believe the agency misled Congress in 1977 when it characterized MK Ultra as a failure. My name is Tom O'Neill, and in 1999, I accepted a magazine assignment to write a story about murders committed by a group of hippies called the Manson family. For those unfamiliar with this horrific episode of American history, in the summer of 1969, 4 young people acting on the orders of a cult leader named Charles Manson went to the home of movie director Roman Polanski and murdered everyone they found there, including his 8.5-month pregnant wife, the actress Sharon Tate. The victims were complete strangers to their killers. The following night, Manson's followers murdered another couple in the same grisly fashion. At the time I accepted the assignment, I'd never heard of MK Ultra and I wouldn't for another 2 years after I'd missed countless deadlines, lost the assignment, and fallen down a nightmarish rabbit hole trying to answer the question I couldn't quite shake. How had Manson, a barely literate ex-con, acquired the ability to persuade ordinary young people to murder complete strangers simply because he had told them to? The pursuit of the answer to that question led me to Dr. Louis Jolyon West, known to his friends as Jolly. West was one of the most influential psychiatrists in America. During his career, he crossed paths with some of the most controversial events of the 20th century, including the Patty Hearst kidnapping case and the aftermath of the John F. Kennedy assassination investigation. In 1977, West was one of 7 academic researchers named in a front-page New York Times story alleging that the CIA had used American universities, hospitals, and prisons as secret laboratories for experiments involving LSD and other drugs on unwitting human subjects. West vigorously denied the allegations. He acknowledged that the agency had approached him, but insisted he had refused because he said LSD was too dangerous and unpredictable to be used on humans. He added that he limited all of his research with LSD to animals. The revelations in the Times led directly to the congressional hearings held later that year. West's denials, however, were effective. He was never investigated, and his name never came up at the hearings. I'll spare you the long and tedious story of how my Manson reporting led me to West, except to say that I eventually learned that in 1967, when Manson transformed into the cult leader we are familiar with today, he and his followers were receiving free medical care at a clinic in San Francisco, where West had established a base of operations for a research project he was conducting nearby. After becoming intrigued by the allegations against West, I learned that UCLA, his last academic home, had inherited his paper following his death in 1999. Nearly 2 months and more than 200 boxes later, I found the proverbial needle in a haystack: correspondence between West and Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, the architect of MKUltra. The letters begin in 1953, just 2 months after CIA Director Allen Dulles authorized the program, and while West was stationed at the Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas, where he was chief psychiatrist at the base hospital. In his first letter to Gottlieb, West proposed conducting experiments on unwitting human subjects, including military personnel, prisoners, and psychiatric patients at the base hospital. He then outlined the experiments themselves in 6 more pages that could have been written by Joseph Mengele. Using LSD in combination with hypnosis, West proposed inducing confusion, amnesia, and specific mental disorders in people who would remember nothing of their interaction with him afterward. He sought to develop techniques to extract true information and implant false information in unwilling subjects, and to alter the attitudes and beliefs of, quote, previously loyal individuals. In other words, to completely switch their allegiance from one group or leader to another. But it was another sentence at the end of that letter that stopped me cold. These experiments, he wrote, must eventually be put to test in practical trials in the field. Gottlieb's response could hardly have been more enthusiastic. My good friend, he wrote, I had been wondering whether your apparent rapid and comprehensive grasp of our problems could possibly be real. You have indeed developed an admirably accurate picture of exactly what we are after. West replied that there was no more vital undertaking conceivable in these times. There was another document in West's papers that had even more significant implications. It was a 14-page report that West wrote in 1956, just 3 years after he contracted with the CIA. In the report, West described administering LSD and other drugs in conjunction with hypnosis on unwitting human subjects, and then he made a remarkable claim. He announced that he had learned how to replace true memories with false memories in people without their knowledge. In other words, he clarified, it has been found to be feasible to take the memory of a definite event in the life of an individual and, through hypnotic suggestion, bring about the subsequent conscious recall to the effect that this event never actually took place, but that a different fictional event actually did occur. If West's report was accurate, this was not the failure agency officials described in 1977, quite the opposite. It was, in fact, the central ambition of the MKUltra operation, the means of gaining the ability to seize the control of a person's perceptions, memories, and ultimately their behavior. But there was still one more discovery, and this time I found it in the National Security Archives at George Washington University, the official repository of the CIA's MKUltra records, which were released to Congress after the 1977 hearings. In those holdings was a different versions of West's 1956 report. The original paper had been replaced by a 4-page summary that did not exist in West's files and appears to have been written by someone else. His claims about replacing memories were gone. In their place was a theoretical discussion of LSD in dissociative states. The versions applied to Congress concluded that the effects of LSD and similar drugs on dissociative states had, and I'm quoting, never been studied. Never been studied. In the original report, West discusses observations from his own experiments, including detailed descriptions of using LSD to, as he wrote, speed the induction of the hypnotic state and deepen the trance in subjects. Those passages have been removed in the report turned over to Congress. The discrepancy could not have been more stark. Nearly 50 years ago, another congressional committee believed it had been given the truth about MKUltra. It had not. In conclusion, I respectfully submit that these records, some newly available and others that remained outside the government's disclosure for decades, warrant a thorough re-examination of what the program accomplished, what Congress was told, and what may still remain hidden. I'm happy to provide the documents I've referenced today, and I've provided many additional details in my written testimony.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. I now recognize Elizabeth Genexi for her opening statement.
Chairman Luna and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm a health research scientist with a master's and doctoral degrees in psychology from the George Washington University. I spent 22 years from 2003 to 2025 as a scientific program official at the National Institutes of Health, managing more than $132 million in health research grants and co-authoring 18 federal funding programs. I left the NIH in April of 2025. I'm here today because what is happening to NIH right now is not reform. It is the replacement of scientific judgment with political control. For 80 years, US federal investment in biomedical research produced outcomes that no private market would have funded. Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. NIH-funded research on blood pressure, cholesterol, and smoking drove a 56% decline in heart disease between 1950 and 1996. Cancer has been transformed. Treatments for breast, lung, prostate, and childhood cancers, along with immunotherapies that converted previously fatal diagnoses into manageable conditions, traced directly to NIH-funded research. HIV/AIDS were a death sentence in 1981. No pharmaceutical company saw a profitable market for treatments. NIH ran the trials that no one else would run. The result was antiretroviral therapy and pre-exposure prophylaxis. Global AIDS deaths have fallen 54% since 2010. Rare diseases that affect 30 million Americans get studied at the NIH because no market will fund that research. Every dollar that's appropriated to the National Institutes of Health generates $2.46 in economic output. NIH-supported work contributed to 354 of the 356 new drugs that the FDA approved between 2010 and 2019. Cutting the funding source of that pipeline does not slow it, it ends it. The proposed OMB federal financial assistance rule would give political appointees authority to terminate funded grants at any time without cause, including ongoing clinical trials with enrolled patients. This is not a hypothetical. NIH has already terminated or frozen thousands of grants, including hundreds of ongoing clinical trials since January 2025. Concentrated in infectious disease, vaccine, and health disparities research. This proposed rule will make that authority permanent. The NIH director has eliminated the merit score thresholds that once protected peer review, and political appointees are right now overriding peer review outcomes to screen grants for alignment with administrative priorities. The proposed OMB rule will also severely restrict international research. We're managing an H5N1 bird flu outbreak that has more than 70 documented human cases. We recently concluded a hantavirus response that required CDC scientists working alongside Argentine counterparts. The current Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo is now the third largest on record and is outpacing containment efforts. This rule will curtail exactly that kind of cooperation that we need. NIH lost 1,112 PhD trained workers from 2025 to early 26. More than half of the NIH institutes right now are operating without permanent scientific leadership. The majority of its advisory councils required by statute to provide independent oversight have lost more than half of their members. The fundamental choice before this Congress is between a system where scientists make scientific judgments through accountable processes and one where political appointees make those calls instead. That choice will determine whether the next breakthroughs in cancer, Alzheimer's, antibiotic resistance, and pandemic defense will happen here, somewhere else, or perhaps not.
No, there is no already dead tonight, unfortunately. So I'm kind of surprised nobody made a post. But hold on, give me a sec. Let's go fix my drawers. Austin is out of town. And Jose has to be up super early tomorrow. Like he's got to get up like way super early on his time. So no already dead tonight. But we will be hitting it hard next week. So, which is why I'm streaming right now. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. I'm going to actually switch this over so I can pull up a couple of things in the background. Let's see. Share system audio. There we go. There we go. Let's see. This actually works. So yeah, no already dead tonight, unfortunately. Let's see, can I do this? Damn it. No, that doesn't work. Oh, wait. Let's see. Hold on, let me try something. Because we are nearing the end, and I want to be able to hit on the topic that I was going to tonight. Let's see. So, because this actually does all tie into MK Ultra, in my opinion. I do believe that MK Ultra, it does work. Let's see, add to stage. Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. This is fucking sweet. Perfect. So I do believe personally that the continuation of MK Ultra, or one of them, I believe that there are actually multiple continuations. I believe that it's been carried out in several different ways. I mean, there were 149 sub projects, right? So MK Ultra isn't going to just be carried out in one way, right? So I don't know. It's there's going to be multiple ways in which MK Ultra is going to be currently manifested. So with that, I believe that one of the ways in which MK Ultra has continued is through a mixture of Operation Gladio and the Phoenix program. So let's see here. Basically, what I'm getting at is I believe, there are cults that were created by the CIA. In fact, it's actually been proven directly that organizations such as 764 or O9A, the Order of Nine Angles, is in fact intelligence operations. I believe that they've probably gotten out of hand at this point. Let's see. Just pulling up a couple of things in the background so we can hit this topic. I found a new search engine, which, by the way, is fucking awesome. Let's see here. Give me just a sec. Anyways, I believe that it's already saved on my end. Definitely one of the ways that MK Ultra has continued is the creation of cults. I mean, it's a little bit too much to dig into, like every single thing. In fact, let me see if I can just bring this up. This might be a good place to end on this so we can pick it back up. Let's see. Let's try searching this real quick. Oh boy. There's a lot more here than I thought. Okay, so MK Ultra has continued not only in creating cults, but the working hypothesis with like Program to Kill is that the CIA, FBI, or just other intelligence agencies, other three-letter agencies, and even private institutions have turned around and created the serial killer, basically. Now, I wholeheartedly believe this. I don't I don't know if I believe that every single individual quote unquote serial killer is in fact, you know, an asset to some sort of clandestine operation. But I would even go out on a limb and say a majority. I would feel comfortable saying a majority. Now, this doesn't mean that they know that they know that they are, you know, an asset. I don't know. I don't know. Just look at, for instance, 764. It's the most recent iteration, I believe, of this playing out in real life. Now here's another person that's kind of interesting. This is somebody that comes up if you search a lot of this type of information. Reverend Moon, Moon, cult leader, CIA asset, and Bush family friend, is dead. This is a article from September 4th, 2012. So quite a while. The death of Reverend Sun Mung. Yeah, it's got to be Mung. Reverend Sung Mung Moon hopefully ends one of the strongest chapters in U.S. security industrial complex history. The self-proclaimed messiah, who owned dozens of businesses, including Car Arms, and who once claimed to have presided over Jesus's wedding, posthumously in order to get the Christian savior into heaven, was ultimately a front in the United States for friends in the CIA like George Herbert Walker Bush. Moon funded the Washington Times newspaper in 1982, and the Washington Post went out of its way to avoid any mention of, quote, the dark side of the moon. Upon his death on Monday, September 3rd, 2012, at age 92, when George W. Bush flattered in New Hampshire in early 2000, it was Moon's shadowy, cultish right-wing network that came to its rescue in North Carolina. Moon's forces helped turn a century primary defeat into a double-digit victory by spreading Moonies, his zombie-like followers, throughout the state. As the Washington Post reported, quote, an array of conservative groups have come to reinforce Bush's message with phone banks, radio ads, and mailings of their own. Meanwhile, Moon's Washington Times ran the headline, quote, Bush scoffs at the assertion he moved too far right. Yeah, that is ridiculous. Bush right wing. Yeah, right. The bizarre, almost unbelievable political alliance between the Bush family and Reverend Moon is one of the dirty little secrets of CIA involvement in U.S. domestic politics. So, I mean, this is not, an unheard thing. Let's see right here. Let's see. Looks like this is, well, it's actually not quite as long as I had thought. Let's see. No, it's okay. Let's see. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this MK Ultra hearing stuff, but we're pretty much gonna wrap up on that. But we're gonna dive into the cult and the serial killers, that sort of stuff. I'm just gonna play this just a little bit more, and then I'm just gonna pull up a couple of things to switch to. So give me just a sec, and let's finish listening to part of this.
At all. I urge this committee to support a joint resolution of disapproval to block the proposed OMB financial assistance rule. That authority to replace peer review with political approval has not been granted by Congress and
Dr.
should not
Janeski, your
be.
time's expired. I'll be now going to myself.
Thank you very
5 minutes of
much.
Questioning. Thank you, ma'am. My first question is for Mr. O'Neill. MK Naomi, the joint CIA Army program that ran parallel with MK Ultra at Fort Detrick, appears to have been run with deliberate minimal documentation. Army records on Special Operations Division have apparently been destroyed. In your investigation, what did you learn about MK Naomi, and do you believe its activities were even more serious than what we know about MK Ultra?
I'm sorry. I didn't learn anything about those operations. I kept my focus mostly on Dr. West and his work. I do know that the only reason I found the documents I found was because Dr. West accidentally left them in his papers, and he probably did that because he corresponded with Gottlieb under Gottlieb's assigned alias, which was Sherman Grifford, and he addressed all his mail to a post office box here under Foss Corporation.
Thank
So
you, Mr. I'm just going to real quick go to
Okay.
Dr. Kinzer. Are you aware of anything that exists with MK and Naomi in your research? And if you could please press the button.
My understanding of MK Naomi is that it was a joint project between the military and the CIA. And there's a big difference because the MK Ultra project was aimed at seizing control of the minds of individuals. The Army was interested in something different, which was trying to use biological agents in warfare against entire populations. So MK Naomi is the place where these two goals overlapped.
And that was the 1953 Frank Olson death. Was that in a way tied to that from some chatter that we had seen in?
Exactly what the motivation was behind the decision about Frank Olson, if there was such a decision, is unknown.
My next question is also for you, sir. Operation Paperclip brought over 1,600 German scientists into the United States government after World War II, including individuals who had conducted human experimentation in concentration camps. The CIA and military were aware of their backgrounds and recruited them anyways. In your research, did you find direct documentation between Paperclip scientists and the development of MK Ultra's experimental protocols, specifically the use of mescaline, hypnosis, and sensory deprivation, which were techniques also documented at Dachau?
Absolutely. Kurt Blome, who was the chief of biological weapons development for the Nazi government, came to work for the CIA. So did Walter Schreiber, who was the Surgeon General of the Nazi Army. I can just tell a brief story. When I was researching my book, I found what I think might be the first secret CIA prison or black site. It's a nice chalet in Germany.
Secret site. Okay. That's messed up. I shouldn't make fun of somebody with a speech impediment, but I had to point it out. So I'm not really making fun of them, but it just sometimes it's hard to listen to. Let's see here. Let's see. Nope, that's not what I thought it was. Let's see. What the hell is this? Film Center. Oh, okay. Let's see. I'm going to disconnect this right here. And like I said, this is going to be kind of a live research session. I've done these before in the past, the research sessions, where we kind of just, as a community, go through. Let's see here. Give me just a sec so I can make sure to get all of this taken care of. So we will finish the MK Ultra stuff. We're just going to finish it at a later date is all. Probably tomorrow. We'll probably do that tomorrow. Let's see. So Cult 101. Let's see. Seems like a movie about Henry Lee Lucas. Let's see. So just looking for serial killer cults. So there is serial killer calendar. Let's see. Okay, Jim Jones. Let's see what this is. I'm not quite sure. So this is the fun part of doing, some research early on. So let's see right here. Just make sure. Yep. No, we're good. Okay. Looks like no need to church it up, son. Is Joe Dierte. Let's see. Early life of Jim Jones. See. Other information. So Jonestown, in my opinion, was clearly was a mind control operation. I mean, what they found at Jonestown is just wild. Let's see. Let me just pull up my Jonestown thread. So let's just go ahead and let's just do this. Oh, give me a sec. Nope. This actually might be a good thing to end on. Like I said, we can't go all night, but plus I've got to get this file actually over to my new partners, or I guess I'm their partner or whatever, but shout out to Cult of Conspiracy. Those fine people over at Cult of Conspiracy have been posting my shows over on their network. And it's been helping the show grow. So, that's really some awesome shit. They have been awesome people to work with. So shout out to them. Shout out to Cult of Conspiracy. They've helped your boy out a lot. And so go check them out. Go check out the shows that they've been releasing and everything. They've got some good stuff over there. So including me, which drops every Wednesday So I've got to get this file over to them sooner rather than later. Anyways, so in early 1962, Jim Jones was actually in Brazil, where he remained until mid 1964. He helped with preparations for the 1964 CIA-backed coup d'etat of the Brazilian president João Goulart. I don't know. I don't speak Brazilian. I'm terrible with foreign names. Always been terrible with foreign names. So, let's see here. So while he was over there, this program was actually known as Operation Brother Sam. So Operation Brother Sam was the use of the U.S. Navy and Air Force in support of the coup d'etat in Brazil in 1964, with the deterioration of relations with Goulart's government and the favorable attitude of the groups conspiring against him. The idea of an operation to ensure the success of an uprising arose. So definitely go read more about Operation Brother Sam. It's very interesting. Jim Jones was exposed in print as a CIA operative by a local newspaper, which accused him of filtering money to military officers to finance the 1964 coup. The reporter later wrote that we, quote, all know this flamboyant American is CIA. And boy, Jim Jones was quite flamboyant. You aren't terrible. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Jones refuted the charges by telling the reporter that his money came from his pension as a retired U.S. military officer, though Jones had never served in the military. That is incredibly odd, isn't it? Like, my money comes from being an officer. Okay. You never were, though. You never served in the military. However, I was able to find this. This was a registration card for Brazil. I believe it was for voting. Or it was actually for multiple things, but it's basically shows where he was living. So he was living in a hotel. Yeah, I thought this was incredibly interesting. James W. Jones. Anyways, Brazil wasn't alone. The CIA was also laying coup groundwork in Guyana. A National Security Archive article reveals $250,000 was the price for a CIA coup in Guyana, ensuring the rise of Forbes Burnham. Once installed, the U.S. could make moves in Guyana. So they basically overthrew the Guyanese, the Guyanese government, and installed, somebody who was in favor of, or not just in favor of, but was very pro CIA. Once they installed this man, then they were able to come in and really take over the country. So here is Jim Jones with this man, Burnham. Right? Yeah, Burnham. Yeah, Forbes Burnham. um, the Guyana Graphic published a photo of Jones and his family over the headline, quote, "Church blamed in Red's rise." In the article that followed, Jones was quoted giving anti-communist speeches in which he blamed the affluent Guyanese clergy for bleeding the wealth from the people who made communism appear attractive to them. The article served to help attract the anti-communist faction to a new hero, Jim Jones, whose assignment was to organize and aid their cause. That's kind of interesting, don't you think? Like, the way we understand Jim Jones here in the US is that he was a hardcore socialist. So, yeah, right on, dude. Thank you so much for being here. And yeah, the next one will be tomorrow. So if you're here for that, yeah, keep an eye out. It'll definitely be earlier than today's. So good having you here. Good having all of you here. Anyways, Jim Jones, we understood him to be a hardcore socialist. So, you know, I find it kind of interesting that he was also pushing anti-communist propaganda in another country. So, you know, there's all sorts of interesting stuff. Now, I'm not going to read through this entire thread, just because there's all sorts of other stuff that we need to get to. But due to new restrictions placed on the CIA, they need a solution. Jonestown's location near Port Kaituma, I believe. I think Kaituma. I don't know. I can't remember. Is strategically valuable as a U.S. intelligence foothold. So basically, just making the case that Guyana was strategically placed militarily. So this is just one of those posts making that case. Also, a nice little Colin Ross post, which I will play. So let's see right here. So this is actually from the book. Let's see. The Shalom Project. Okay. Let's see. Venezuela is significant during the Cold War era due to oil reserves and shifting political alliances. So that's exactly what this shows. So Venezuela is this, let's see where my mouse is. This is Venezuela right here. And so Jonestown, red dot, you see how close Venezuela is to Jonestown. Then you have the Shalom Project, which is incredibly important to all of this. So this is from the book, what is it called? It's like the Bible when it comes to Jim Jones. But let's see.
The methods that Jim Jones used in his cult, the People's Temple, are definitely classical mind control techniques. And according to a book by Michael Myers, which is called Was Jonestown a CIA Medical Experiment?, his documentation leads him to conclude that actually Jonestown was run by the CIA. Prior to being Jonestown in the deep jungles of British Guiana, that site was actually under control of what was called the Shalom Project. This was a CIA program for training black mercenaries for warfare in Angola. The methods that Jim Jones used...
Let's see. You'd know this. The fire in the Capitol a year later that destroyed the files after Jonestown, was that CIA to cover up their furry asses? I actually don't know, because I've never looked into it. So I can't confidently say one way or another with any, certainty. So it does sound like them. But yeah, like I said, I've never looked into it, so it's very possible. It sounds like something that they would do. Let's see. So in the mid 70s, mercenaries were heading for Angola, a CIA-backed conflict under Henry Kissinger's directive. The 1974 declassified State Department document acknowledges the existence of Project Shalom and the Shalom Cooperative. So let's see here. Okay. So, like I said, we're not going to read this whole thing because I've got a couple more things to wrap up on before we're out of here. But regarding the CIA or regarding Jonestown as a MK Ultra mind control operation, I mean, there was CIA all over the place. You can go through this. In fact, I will post the link to this thread in the chat. I'll also make sure that it's that it's in the video description. I'll just I'll copy that right now. Anyone that wants to go check this out, feel free to do so, please. Bada bing, there it is. Anyways, so Dr. Lawrence Layton, a chemical warfare specialist, was appointed chief of chemical and biological warfare research at Dugway Proving Grounds in Utah. He helped develop germ and chemical weapons and overseeing many tests. He also worked on the problem of weather and chemical weapons and undertook tests on nerve gases and toxic agents on bombings by chemically armed jet planes. Jonestown provided ideal isolation for medical experiments. The medical staff under Dr. Lawrence Dr. Lawrence Shit, known for painful suturing without anesthetics, administering drugs, and kept daily records, which all disappeared after the massacre. The medical staff numbered 70. Most were psychiatrists, psychologists, behavioral scientists, therapists, and pharmacologists. That's a lot of fucking doctors. That is a huge medical staff for Jonestown. Now, this is Jim Jones standing with his lead doctors. Like this, none of this makes sense. Tom Grubbs, a psychologist with a degree from the University of California and principal of the Jonestown School, allegedly constructed Jonestown's I don't know why that's so hard for me to say, sensory deprivation chamber, which was placed below ground in a cellar. Sensory deprivation, very, very clearly MK Ultra linked. I mean, that's just, it's very well known. Now, here's where it gets really interesting in regards to MK Ultra. When the Jonestown Medical Clinic was found after the massacre, they found enough drugs to supply the average U.S. city for more than a year. What's strange is what they held in stock. Largely, it was hypnotic drugs used for mind control. Here's the link for this. Let's just take a look at what they had. So they had Thorazine, over 10,000 injectable doses and 1,000 tablets in a size normally given only, quote, for severe neuropsychiatric conditions, end quote. The drug acts at all levels of the central nervous system. So thorazine, a very heavy antipsychotic. Quaaludes, a sedative hypnotic drug frequently used in suicide attempts. Vistrel, used for total management of anxiety, tension, and psychomotor agitation, can render the disturbed patient more amenable to psychotherapy in long-term treatment of neurotics and psychotics. And then Noludar, which is a sleeping aid that produces both physiological and psychological dependence. Moderate overdoses can produce delirium and confusion. Large overdoses, stupor leading to coma. I don't know. Kind of seems like a lot of the ways that people were behaving. Injectable Valium, useful in treating neurotic states manifested by tension, anxiety, apprehension, fatigue, depressive symptoms. Valium tablets, morphine sulfate, Demerol, Tolwyn, and Seconal. An extremely dangerous sedative and hypnotic that can be habit forming, must be used under medical supervision. Well, I mean, they had 70 doctors once again. Let's see. Yeah, the medical staff numbered 70. Most were psychiatrists, psychologists, behavioral scientists, therapists, and pharmacologists. It doesn't make sense. Not at all. Dr. Layton was father to two key members of the People's Temple, Deborah and Larry Layton. Deborah managed the finances of the People's Temple. Larry became one of Jones's top lieutenants. So this just goes more into the connection to the CIA and even beyond the CIA. A conscientious objector to the Vietnam War and medical technician at the Mendocino State Hospital, a MK Ultra state hospital, obviously. Layton became involved in Jonestown after participation in drug culture and protest movement in Berkeley. Also, highly suspect because of all the connections to the CIA, FBI, NSA. Larry ended up leading the death squad that killed Congressman Leo Ryan. Oh, that's just kind of weird, you know? Sure, there's nothing to see there. Deborah Layton managed the temple's money, laundering to Swiss and offshore bank accounts. George Philip Blakey made the initial $650,000 deposit for purchase of the land that became Jonestown. According to researcher Michael Myers, Blakey ran a special forces training camp for mercenaries heading to Angola. Blakey, one of Jones's top lieutenants, managed the whole program like a business. Let's see. Trained in jungle warfare. In the 1980s, a suit was filed against the CIA by surviving victims of Jim Jones In it, they alleged that Jim Jones was a CIA asset and had been since, 1963. 20 months after Leo Ryan's murder, his 5 children filed a lawsuit against the CIA. It was mysteriously dismissed. Isn't that interesting? So, I mean, all of this stuff is super, super suspect. You know, it's just, I don't know, you know. Let's see. I worked for a vet, Dr. Schichter. I held puppies with forceps while the techs hacked the Duke toes, tails, and ears off. Well, that's fucked up. It's really fucked up, Dark Menace. Kind of sounds like some sick Dr. Fauci shit. Yeah, enough drugs for Ozzy Osbourne for sure. For fucking sure. So, you know, there is just there is some very interesting let's see. Sorry, I'm reading at the same time. There is some very interesting connections to cults, serial killers. Put the plate of toes in my face, I would faint. Okay. That's gnarly and gross. So anyways, let's see. So I think we'll wrap up here. Let's see. Anyways, point of me bringing this up was really just to, let's see. Sorry, trying to keep everything clear or clean, I mean. Pull this back up. Let's see. This was just, oops. Let's see. Program to Kill something or other. Let's see. Program to Kill Hidden Serial Killer Connections Part 1. If this is good, we might have to, let's see. My full Program to Kill presentation series can be found here. Okay. Okay. Laurel Canyon. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. The Perception of Serial Killers. Yeah, sure. See, okay, this is kind of off the subject, but this right here, like, you if you write something or you it particularly happens in articles, but if you link to YouTube, it is bound to eventually be taken down, removed for copyright or some crazy shit, usually something stupid. But now this video is unavailable, so what are we supposed to do? Like, authors, stop relying on YouTube for sources. You know, some of these early websites from back in the early 2000s, or not early 2000s, like 2010s or whatever, you know, censorship wasn't quite that bad. They still shouldn't have done it, but it's a little bit more understandable. But now, come on, There's no reason why people should be linking to YouTube like this, especially in these topics. It just drives me nuts. Let's see. Yeah, I don't really want to believe. I don't really want to go through somebody else's interpretation of Program to Kill. I mean, it might be good, but it's not what we're here for. Let's see. Kenyan serial killer cult. True crime fiction writer's blog. Okay. Don't know what that is. Serial killer films of all time. I don't want, okay. Not interested in, let's do 4pi. Okay, Todd Wood on the 4pi cult. Short ideas. Let's see. Cult killer. It's just a trailer. Come on. Let's see. Serial killer true crime library. Serial killer news. List of serial killers. Serial murder. Female serial killers. Kind of reminds me of like the old like gore sites and stuff back in the day. Let's see. In fact, I know not calf def, cav def. Serial killer or serial killers. Okay. So cav def. Cav def is great. For anyone who's interested in this sort of research or this sort of knowledge, information, whatever. This is a great website. Let's see. Let's fix this just a little bit. Okay. Update layout. Okay, well, unfortunately, let's see. We are rolling up to the end here, about 3.5 hours. Unfortunately, we're not covering as much of the serial killer cult as much as I would have wanted to, much as I planned on. Within all fairness, I actually did not plan on MK Ultra being trending today. I didn't think that they were actually going to be doing these hearings. I didn't think that that was actually going to happen. So that kind of threw me off a little bit. So what I am actually working from right now, so I guess we'll just kind of pick up on this on Wednesday, so tomorrow. I guess we will be picking up off of my newest book that I'm working on and reading right now. It's Project Artichoke from David Sylvie. So that's what I've been working on, or working my way through. So there's some real interesting information in here. This is, let's see here. Sorry, just tuning some different thing. Anyways, Project Artichoke. Zodiac was cover for silencing witnesses from the RFK assassination. So this is what I wanted to focus on today, what I wanted to talk about, hence the title. So I might end up changing the title and stuff because we mainly did MK Ultra stuff, but it does kind of all flow together, right? I mean, once again, in the video description, in case you guys haven't seen, you know, it when you zoom out and you look at all of this stuff in the big picture, it's all sort of related. It's all part of the same thing. Now, things are just kind of tangentially related, right? They're not really super related, but if you zoom out far enough, you end up seeing how the things are related. And you realize a lot of this stuff really is just part of all of the same system. I was talking to somebody, I can't remember who. I think it was Austin Picard. Talking to him about how really the stuff, it's all part of the same system. You know, Epstein is part of the Dean Corll network, the John Wayne Gacy network. Epstein is just a continuation of all of these things. You zoom out far enough, you realize that the octopus really is like the best example for all of this. You know, it really is the best representation for what all of this is. So let's end here. It's about 9-10 minutes. We're just going to cruise through this real quick, and then we're going to wrap up here. So bombshell claims raise fears that CIA's secret mind control program is still experimenting on Americans. The CIA's Wild West era of mind control, bioweapons, and secret human experiments may still be going on. Bombshell testimony at a congressional hearing alleged. On Tuesday, the House Oversight Committee heard from 2 experts who have investigated the actions of the secretive government program known as MKUltra that was exposed to the American public in the 1970s. MKUltra was led by chemist and spy master Sidney Gottlieb and allegedly included 149 projects from the 1950s to the 1970s. The program drugged Americans without their knowledge in an effort to develop procedures and chemicals that would be used during interrogations during the Cold War, weakening individuals and forcing confessions through brainwashing and torture. Stephen Kinzer, senior fellow in international and public affairs at Brown University, an investigative journalist, Tom O'Neill, warned House members that the sinister CIA experiments could still be happening in secret decades later. Kinzer said, quote, "There have been enormous advances in cyber technology, neuroscience, and artificial intelligence. Covert agencies may have access to tools for mind control that Sidney Gottlieb could not have imagined." O'Neill added, "Is it happening today? Did it continue? I don't know. I can't imagine that it didn't. Though, because the technology they worked to establish over 20, 25 years and spent more money than any operation the CIA ever conducted was successful. I imagine it's being used. I have no evidence it's being used." During the hearing, members of the House Oversight Committee openly questioned whether alleged MKUltra mind control experiments to turn ordinary citizens into assassins had been secretly continued and used to target political figures such as President Trump. Witnesses at a congressional hearing on the actions of MKUltra claimed that the infamous mind control program may still be in operation today. Stock image. Stephen Kinzer and Tom O'Neill testified at a House oversight hearing on MKUltra on June 30th, 2026. Gottlieb believed that to implant a new mind into someone, researchers first had to destroy the one that already existed. Subjects included criminals, mental patients, drug addicts, army soldiers, and ordinary citizens who were given drugs without their knowledge. According to congressional testimony, MKUltra consisted of at least 149 subprojects, operated across more than 80 institutions, and involved 185 non-government researchers. The CIA secretly funded hospitals and research facilities so unwitting patients could be used as experimental subjects. The American people deserve the complete record, Kinzer told lawmakers. The victims and their families deserve acknowledgement, accountability, and justice. During the hearing, members of the House Oversight Committee openly questioned whether alleged MKUltra mind control experiments to turn ordinary citizens into assassins had been secretly continued and used to target political figures such as President Trump. Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee asked both Kinzer and O'Neill if they suspected that failed presidential assassin Thomas Crooks could have been the pawn of a brainwashing program that now uses computer algorithms instead of mind-altering drugs. MKUltra was led by chemist and spy master Sidney Gottlieb, and okay, why is this? Is it just me, or is it just like repeating itself? Whoever wrote this article didn't do a very good job. This is kind of annoying. O'Neill declined to speculate about the Butler, Pennsylvania shooting and the murder of conservative influencer Charlie Kirk, but did state that the CIA developed means that we've never been told about many, many years ago. And I imagine they've evolved to be much more effective now. Burchett had previously claimed, without evidence, that mind control programs using radio waves and computer programs were still in use today and were still transforming American citizens into potential killers. Without evidence? What are you talking about, man? What the fuck are you talking about? There is tons of evidence for voice to skull. Okay. That's a fight for another day. I don't know if I'm going to finish this article. This is bullshit. According to the congressman, Crooks was allegedly programmed to act as a disposable patsy, sending a warning that Trump and his supporters were targets of the so-called deep state. Deep state. A near identical description to that of JFK's advisor, Arthur Schilsinger, in 1961. Kinzer, a historian who wrote a book about Gottlieb, explained how the U.S. intelligence community in the 1950s justified taking terrible and unethical actions by saying they believed the U.S. faced huge threats. Huge threats from the Soviet Union and China. Because of that fear, Kinzer continued, the CIA convinced itself that hurting or even killing a few innocent people was an acceptable cost if it helped protect the country. Yeah, they had to tell themselves this lie. They had to tell them. You know, RR channel, good to see you, you fucking Muppet. This is interesting stuff. Thanks. Of course. Butler was a hoax, huh? Interesting. Where is Corey? I don't know. I have no idea. And what do you mean by Butler was a hoax? I mean, okay. Let's see. Commitment to a great cause. Yeah, like I said, the people that worked there, the low level people, even the higher up people, definitely had to lie to themselves, because it's a justification to be able to do these terrible things. So, I mean, it just is what it is. Let's see. Cool. I mean, if you don't make some sort of an excuse, then I don't know. I don't know. Could you live with yourself? But if you think you're doing the right thing, you could definitely talk yourself into doing a lot of really terrible things. You're talking about the what was he, a fireman or something? Volunteer fireman, something. Yeah, I don't know. Never looked into it. I just find it incredibly strange. In fact, let's see if I can find this real quick, and we'll end here. This article isn't really that great. Honestly, I thought it was going to be better, but as soon as they started saying that there was no evidence of voice to skull, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. So, flashback since MK Ultra is trending today. CIA denies that Trump shooter was MK Ultra victim. Okay. So when this happened, when Butler, PA happened, seems a little weird that the CIA would just come out and say, and I remember, yeah, hopefully you guys also remember that nobody was really saying this at first. When this claim was first made by the CIA, nobody was really pointing. I mean, there were little murmurs. I would say murmurs. People were murmuring about it, but this wasn't like a big narrative yet. So let's see. This was July 29th, 2024. Posted by Ken Silva. Very interesting. As conspiracy theories about the July 13th Trump assassination attempt continue to percolate, the CIA has taken the rare step of publicly responding to one of them, denying that the shooter, Thomas Crooks, was a victim of its mind control program. These claims are utterly false, absurd, and damaging, a CIA spokesperson told Gizmodo on Thursday, referencing the agency's infamous mind control program, MK Ultra. Let's see, Gizmodo. Let's see. Yeah, right here. CIA denies conspiracy theory that it used MK Ultra on Trump shooter. It's just like, really? Where is... I was hoping like somebody has a link to the original post. Does nobody have a link to the original post? Interesting. Yeah, anyways, I just find this kind of interesting. So let's see. Was the attempted assassination of former President Trump earlier this month part of a secret CIA program involving brainwashed killers? That's the claim being made by some far right accounts on X. It's the far right. But the U.S. intelligence agency is taking the unusual step of directly and forcibly denying the claims. When it was revealed in the 1970s, blah, 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 MK Ultra, but MK Ultra has become quite a meme in the 2020s. That's all it is, people. It's a fucking meme, okay? It's a meme. It's just a meme. Don't worry about it. With many conspiracy theorists, there it is. There's the buzzword. There's the buzzword. Conspiracy theorists jumping into the fray after Trump was shot at by a 20-year-old something during a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The shooter was identified as Thomas Matthew Crooks, who acted alone. Okay. Where's the proof of that? This is interesting. I wish I would have pulled this up sooner. This is a really interesting piece of propaganda. But some people on social media are trying to claim Crooks was somehow trained by the CIA under an MK Ultra program to go after Trump. What if U.S. President Joe Biden's mean tweets triggered Thomas Matthew Crooks? One X account that goes by the name Real Global News tweeted a couple days after the shooting. Yes, like an MK Ultra test subject. I don't want to go into conspiracy theories here, but the CIA did mind control experiments like the Manchurian Candidate. Wait for the trigger before acting, end quote. Another account with the handle MJ Truth Ultra tweeted, MK Ultra, anyone? With a list of supposedly suspicious claims about Crooks and the way local police handled the investigation into the assassination attempt. Let's see if this is still active. Oh, hey. This one is still active. There's a bunch of questions regarding all sorts of stuff. Shooter's home was reportedly without silverware, trash, and extremely clean like a medical lab.
Excuse me, sir. I've asked that question. Did your team make entry and conduct? Colonel, did your team make entry and conduct investigation at the suspect's home prior to this shooting? Excuse me, sir. I've asked that question. Did your team make entry and conduct any investigation at the suspect's home? I believe we had people that participated in that securing of it. There were bomb assets that we provided. Mr. Chairman, can I have 30 more seconds? On the night of. Since then, none. Did you get any reports from any of your agents of anything fishy at the home? I was briefed on. Was there any silverware found in the home or trash? I have nothing in the briefing that I was given to. Was it extremely clean, almost like a medical lab? Were you given any of those reports? I wasn't given any of those details, sir. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. Interesting. Colonel, did your team make entry and conduct investigation at the suspect's home?
Okay. I mean,
he was a part of all that MK Ultra where Mr. Bishop was. Tell me about the drone. You act like you wanted to fill us in on that. Fill us in.
So we have recovered a drone.
Okay. All very interesting stuff. I don't know. Seems kind of interesting. I don't know why they really included that tweet. That doesn't seem like it fit. The CIA, for its part, decided to push back very publicly against these claims, something the agency doesn't often do when weird conspiracies are floating around the internet. These claims are utterly false, absurd, and damaging. Ooh, damaging. A CIA spokesperson told Gizmodo on Thursday the CIA had no relationship whatsoever with Thomas Crooks regarding MKUltra. The CIA's program was shut down more than 40 years ago, and declassified information about the program is publicly available on CIA.gov. CIA's denial first reported by Wired. Let's go check there. Yeah, they aren't going anywhere. Let's see. Ongoing investigation. Yep. Let's see. FBI, CIA. WhatsApp. Oh boy. MKUltra. You can't unring the MKUltra bell, says Morley. Sure. Let's see. I don't. Let's see. Control F. Let's do CIA. Let's see. Okay. Okay, let's see. Your cell phone, real life, CIA told Wired these claims are utterly false. The CIA had no relationship whatsoever to Thomas Crooks. Of course, that's what they would say. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Washington Post. Interest in. I don't know. This is kind of weird. Oh, MKUltra Wikipedia. No, thank you. Unredacted. Okay. I don't know. This all just seems weird. I thought the CIA came out and flat out said, like on Twitter or something, but apparently they just gave it a statement to Wired. Okay. I mean, I don't know what else to make about this. So, anyways, I think we're just going to end this here. This has been interesting. I'm all for people talking about the CIA, all of this stuff. I think I'll end it on this. Somebody had made mention. Let's see. I'll just pull it up real quick. I want to make sure and give the person actual credit for this. Let's see. Maybe later. Okay, so this person said they aren't going to tell you anything new in those hearings. I'm really sorry. It is all ready to find information in books and other resources. They could interview some people who are alive right now, who are silenced day upon day. Okay, that makes more sense. They could maybe just tell the truth. They won't. Didn't realize I was cutting that off. Let's do that. Update layout. There we go. That looks a bit better. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, they aren't going to tell you anything new in those hearings. Well, my opinion is it's fine if they're not going to tell us anything new, because what we need is people talking about this. Right? That's my opinion. We need people talking about this. This is what actually matters. It doesn't actually matter if we learn anything new. Because eventually by the transitive properties, by talking about this, we will eventually end up learning new things. So I think that's what's important. That's what matters. So, all right. So that's going to be it for tonight. I want to thank all of you for tuning in. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark. It's about where I wanted to be. Let's see. Any last questions, comments, or anything before we get out of here? I do want to say a big shout out to Ashley B. Ashley B, thank you so much for the coffees. Thank you so much. Let's see if I can. Let's see right here. Marathon episode. Yeah, exactly. Well, I kind of thought I haven't done a stream for a while. I needed to get a long episode out. Let's just do a marathon episode. We will be doing another one tomorrow. So maybe not quite as long tomorrow, but going to get more specifically into the serial killer stuff. We kind of got derailed a little bit, hit a couple of other marks, but once again, it is all related. Thank you, Tim West. Always good to see you and hear from you. So glad you guys are all here. Like I said, we will be working from Project Artichoke. So that, and we'll be working from Eye of the Chicken Hawk and MK Ultra. Okay, I've got tons of stuff, tons and tons of MK Ultra stuff, so much stuff. So anyways, much respect for the hard work you put in, my friend. Thank you so much, Scott. Thanks, Jacob. Of course, thank all of you. And once again, thank you, Ashley B. I appreciate the 3 coffees. It means the world. It means the world to anybody else who tuned in tonight. Once again, whether you're watching this live or you're watching a replay, I deeply appreciate this so much. I don't know what I would do without all of you guys, but I'm so proud of the community that is being built here. I really appreciate you guys showing up and chatting with each other and hanging out and stuff. There is a bunch of cool shit on the horizon. It takes a long time. Like I said, I'm a one-man media company. It takes a lot of work to get these shows together. It takes a lot of work to get these articles written. The the premium content to come out and all of this other stuff. So I really do deeply appreciate your guys' patience and understanding. It's a lot of work. It is a lot of work, but I'm doing everything as fast as I can. But not only that, I'm trying to make sure to give you guys the best that I can possibly produce for you guys, because I would much rather have quality over quantity. If I'm just giving you guys a bunch of shit shows, a bunch of shit articles, it's not worth it, in my opinion. I want to give you guys the absolute best that I can produce for you. So, once again, thank you so much for your understanding, all of your support. Please do me a favor, hit the like, share, subscribe on your way out. The best way to help is to go to allmylinks.com/rise to liberty. It is down in the episode description. Donate some cash. I mean, I am 100% viewer and listener funded. I don't take big money from big donors or anything. It's pretty much all you guys. So I understand not everyone can afford to just give some money over. Shit's tight right now. You know, I completely understand. So what you can do, hit the like, share, subscribe. That's free. That lets the algorithm know that you want more of this and that they should recommend this to other people. It's absolutely free. It takes literally 10 seconds. Go ahead, clip these episodes up, send them out to other people. Do what you got to do. All I ask is make sure and tag me in them, or make sure that people can find me. Keep my Rise to Liberty stuff there so it's all branded. Otherwise, send it out, man. Chop it up, send it out. So on that note, once again, we will be doing a stream tomorrow. It will be up earlier than today's. Shouldn't have any tech issues or anything. Other than that, I think that's pretty much it. Oh, risetoliberty.store. There's some awesome merch over there right now, but there's also some more merch on the way. New merch, sticker packs will be coming, new t-shirt designs, all sorts of stuff. So I think that's pretty much it. Oh, last but not least, go check out Cult of Conspiracy. Make sure and go give those guys some love. Go check out the awesome shows that they have over there. They have a bunch of us over there, trying to spread the word of all these awesome shows, all these awesome creators and everything. I definitely appreciate them and their support. So go give them some love. Go give them a follow and a like, all of those things. Make sure and check out Already Dead next week. Check out the Underclass podcast, the No Way Jose podcast. And on that, I guess I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. So unless there's anything else, I don't believe so. So we'll just end it there. Yep, that's good. That's it. All right. Talk to you guys tomorrow.